Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Sunday, part 2 of the Micron build. How's everyone doing today? Hey Morden, hey Brain Twist, hey Rod, hey F. Haddison and Lars and Mr. Kloshak. What else do we have? The Ranch Kid and Spectra and another CG. Hi Greenbeard, hi Steve, hi Popaway. Thank you Derek for the gifted memberships. Hi Tuxedo. Also have Maganati, Justin and Cliff. Hey Bill. Hey Nick, Rick, and Jack. Hi Maurice. Hi Timor. Hi Steve Clark and Aetherling. How's everyone? Let's see. Hey Bob. Cats are doing good. Okay, we're on part 2 of the Micron build. Hi Jose. Hi Lord Getface. Timor. A little bit of prep between streams. I got the rest of the Z drives assembled. I ordered Gates 152 millimeter closed loop, excuse me, closed loop belts from West 3D. My electronics arrived from KB 3D. Hey Lupa, let's see, update on the Micron. What's new? So if you go to the link in the description, here, this is a good point. This is what we're building. Links are in the description. If you win the LDO giveaway and I would be able to provide a US address, would that be okay? So on the surface, the point, hey Laura and Sean, everybody say congratulations to Laura and Sean on their new addition. Hi Simon. Hi Silene and Flying Gyroscope. Let me go in order. The Micron R1 is what this build series is. There is a changelog here on the page, and there is a bunch of things. There is a extensive list of changes, mostly in printed parts, but a few other. Here is a quick link to that. Well, you have her. You're just waiting. You're just waiting. Okay, so those are the changes. We went over these in the first stream. That's what they are. There are 2 giveaways today, the regular Polymaker filament giveaway, and then Jason has been kind enough to provide a colony clacker, which is an extrusion-based door for Micron Plus. For every remaining stream in this series. The restriction is it is US only. If Jason receives no other address but a US address to ship to, and that is all legit, and it's not one of those, hey, do you mind shipping it here? Then that's fine. But we want to be respectful of the restriction that Jason has put on here. That's why all on the surface of that form is US only, US only, US only. If you say yes, you agree, then the next options are if you're not around. If you are not in the US and it's not shipping to a US address, then we'll redraw. But if the only address Jason ever receives, and here's nothing more about it beyond that, is a US address, then I'm sure that's fine. Was the upcoming LDO kit for R1 mentioned last stream a complete kit or a starter base kit? It is a complete kit that is upcoming, and it's a few months away. We're a little early on this content for building this. This is my partial kit from a couple of years ago, and I am updating it to the R1 parts because Hartk has said that the STLs are final. So I'm taking this as an opportunity to go through his design, not necessarily the LDO kit, but we're going through his design and providing any last second feedback. So there may be some stuff that we find that we need to just note. This is not what I would consider, like the manual isn't complete. So that is, we will be going off of CAD for some of what we are working on. And that is my thumbnail generation in Affinity. Let me close that since it was open. So yes, Laura and Sean are getting a little kitty cat. Very cute kitten. They've received pictures of it. It is in Discord, so I figured it was okay. Hi, James. Hi, Mark. Hi, Clifford. What else we have? Corsair. Rushmere 3D, welcome. Anyway, okay. Hey, Liam and Logan. Howdy, howdy. I think everyone has made a final update version in Fusion 360. So, hey, Kenneth. Let's see. There is something we are going to start the stream with today because I was going through parts and realized I wanted to clean something up. But last stream we ended with these out because we're going to need them soon. Camera over here. Okay, let's see. Last stream we ended with assembling one of these, but I only had a 150 millimeter version of this, so I ordered, and fortunately West 3D had Gates brand. The ones I have were generic off of Amazon. They would have been, if they were 152s, they would have been fine, but always nice to go with Gates. I had a tough time. So if you sight down this hole right here, you can see the pulley and where the belt is riding. No matter what I did, I probably did 20 adjustments on this pulley to try to get that centered, and something, maybe inconsistency in the way it's bolting together or something is causing that to never ride in center, no matter which direction I go, no matter how small it increments. I am not kidding when I said I took that apart 20 times and made small adjustments to the position of the pulley on the stepper. It is slightly further onto the stepper than the instructions call for, probably by about 1 millimeter. And it still would indicate that it's not far enough on. But if I go any more on, then it rides on the other side. So what's probably happening is I might need to look at the surface that this adjustment part matches with this part and see if that can be cleaned up at all. Hey, Kilroy. Hey, Redacted and TT. Hey, Neil. The way the belt is tensioned. Yeah, it is one screw and then 2 screws to pull it against this carrier. So if that is not sitting the same way every time, it might be making a difference. This moves slow. I don't think it's going to be a problem. It is very close to correct. For now, I'm going to leave it. Hey, Steven. Hey, Scotty Dog. Hey, Huge Dino. So what I want to start with today, which wouldn't normally be on the thing, but I think we're going to get there to where we'll need it, is the X carriage. Just felt a little not as smooth as I'd like. So I took the carriage off of there, and I figure it's been a while since I've done a full teardown on an MGN carriage. And if anybody, it would probably be fun to see what the inside looks like and how I do a full cleanup, which may or may not be the way you do it. Maybe the bearing surface is not perfectly square with the stepper shaft. Yeah, I don't know. What filament is the black? It is glass fiber. That is Sirayatech glass fiber ASA. I wanted a filled filament. I wanted a filled filament to try to match kind of the surface sheen of this Fusion orange from Zirancho. Now Fusion, we talked about this last stream, Fusion has a version of this out there. It's Helix something. Apparently we sold them out after last stream. We cleaned out their stock. The stuff they have is in their matte. I think it's the 1.5, ABS 1.5 is what they used to call it. This is in the gloss series from the ABS 2.0. But yeah, I'm very pleased with how the prints turned out. Everything I printed, all of the parts for this build, I did do on the Core 1s. Between the two Core 1s. The rebuilt one, the converted Core 1, printed almost exclusively all of the Sirayatech ASA glass fiber. And my original Core 1 printed all of the Fusion. Same exact profile between both of these filaments. I'm using the exact same settings between both. Not changing the filament profile. And it's been turning out fine. Mostly. It's not perfect, but it's very close. Hi, BBs. Did I say hi, Icon? Hi, Icon. Hi, Dext. When printing hardened materials, I know you need a hardened nozzle, but you also need hardened extruder gears. Over a very long time, it's probably not a bad idea, KA. But it's not as big of a deal as the nozzle. Hey, Andres. Still waiting for a few more products to come to the UK. Yeah, I've been doing, that is a face, isn't it? I've been doing a bit of the Sirayatech stuff. Like this is the TPU Air. If you've seen, there's some layer change because it's random layer change stuff. You can see that on the inside, but the outside is absolutely gorgeous. I'm really looking forward to doing these. These take a ridiculously long time to print. This is another one. So this one took about 3.5 hours. It's 2 perimeters. It's mostly hollow, but there are everything is basically perimeters on these. There is some interior geometry to take up some space, but this is 2, and this took about 3.5 hours. This is a physically smaller tire. I changed it to 3 because I wanted a little more support, little more resistance to squish. And this one took over 7 hours. Same settings, just going to 3 perimeters. That one tire, 7 hours. TPU Air, I went with the Color Fab VariAssure profile on the Core 1. And that is what it said. And I wanted to try the default settings before I would try any kind of, this is true, Stephen. But there are different sizes, front and rear too. Oh, there you go. Good job, Felix. This is so adorable. I love it when they grab stuff in their mouths and take it away. he found a felt ball over there. He didn't want all the ones in the container I have for him. He wanted the one that was in the middle of the junk over here. They are different widths. See? This is a rear, this is a front. Hey, Clown Hammer. I can only rotate front to rear though. You're right. That is a problem. Okay, let's rebuild this rail and then get into the build. I think this is useful content though. Right here. There we are. Never tried TPU Air. Any particular reason for using it for tires? A regular TPU is pretty slick. It's got a very slick surface. And this, with the fine texture and the slight bit of sponginess, I'm really hoping gives a little more grip. My Sakura, this is for the 240Z, is very drift happy. So, double picture. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Randy. Hi, Holtz. So I had started taking these apart, but I use 2 containers here because I like to keep the parts on each side and everything goes back together. You are really good about getting right in the way of that camera, aren't you? Let's try it this way. I use 2 containers here because I would like to keep the parts straight. So even to the point of I'll keep these screws to the side that they go on. So there's text on here, I can read it. Everything goes to this side. This side. They give you the choice of shiny or dull sidewalls in or out, kind of like the rear tires. Yeah. So we're just gonna pull each of these bits and pieces out, and we're gonna clean them individually. But and I'm going to grab a, oh, shoot. Drop my drill. Take a pointy object, and I'm gonna pull the little spring clip out. That's going to release some of these bearings, so it's okay. There, these to either side here. That way that keeps easy to keep distinguished. So then each of these we're going to put down in the a little bigger to move those around. Screwdriver. Here we are. Good way to keep the number of balls equal between both sides of the carriage. Plus I can see how well it was kept equal before. Some of this, when you start getting to the further parts of this disassembly, gets a little tough to keep track, because there's a whole race of, let's do that, there we go. All the bearings that are down in this race, but I can't take these ends off until I release the thing on the other side. So now I've got the paper towel here also. The paper towel has a natural curve to it. Make sure that natural curve is up. That way, if anything does tend to go away, go flying, it has a better chance of staying within your little work area. Magnets can be a decent way to wrangle these as well. These and that here. There we go. So now we have all of them still up inside this part. There's not a really good way to get those out that I know of. So what I'm going to do is be very careful in pulling the accessible ones from the other side. If you don't bounce the carriage around much, they won't go. And go here. I should just think of one way we could have tried. Might have tried to use the magnet to pull them through. See how that would have worked. Or if pipe cleaners would help. You can't get them around the corner. There's no access from the ends. I do have pipe cleaners. That's part of this, part of my full. This is only what I do when I've detected a not 100% ideal rail, is try to clean it up in this way. And this is also one that has seen some time on the printer. I'm gonna try something. So I'm gonna put this keeper back in this side, just so I don't mix up any of the bearings. This could be fun to get back in here. Okay, now I'm gonna try taking this. See if I can. Nope. Oh yeah, that got some. Yeah, there we go. That's working. Hey, Leonard. Yeah, those are pulling from the side. There we go. Just got to get them around that bend. Oh, there's another. I think that might be the last one. Yep, I think that was the last one. So now this side, we don't need to do that because we all of them that come out of here, we know are from this side. This off again. And now we can pull the ends off. So keeping these things spots. This end. Oh, I guess this end first. And you got to be careful because there's going to be a bearing up in here. It's effectively like that. Let's go down here. Same thing, there's a couple of bearings on this side. Pull those out. And now I have a little set of small pipe cleaners. Oh, we got the other inspector. Push this through. Press those out. It's that one. All the way through. No. Let's grab all these. Hi. Are those all fine? Everything good? Hi, Scott. Let's see. Okay, and then I want to just see if we got the rest of them on the other side. So let's push through here and see if any were left. Nope, we had got them all. Okay, so now that, and then I'm going to take some alcohol and just put a little bit in each of these. Nope, that's not for you. It probably smells funny, huh? Then this looks pretty good, so we'll just leave that. Just kind of agitate these a bit while we're waiting for that. Take a paper towel and do things like clean the carriage. So I'm going to get any of this extra grease out of here. A little bit of alcohol on the brush here. Just clean out these channels. Does that smell, Oscar? Funny smells? Look at them. They are just watching what's going on. They say, oh, there's bowls there. Does that mean treats? Hey, questionable choices. Hey, J Terry 3D. Yep, and that is that is all for that. Now, for either end, this, the thicker piece is usually actually two pieces. So we can get in here, pop this apart. Grab I have a toothbrush, unused toothbrush here. This is different, huh, guys? Actually, I didn't pick up any of these, but now I'm just going to kind of brush these out. Hey, Andrew. Destroying the block. Oh, no. Oh, no. We are very carefully cleaning them out. I detected some grittiness when I was working on these. It's gone Wilson mode. What? Oh. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to consider all of those clean. Here. We're going to do this name. So, I think you guys would probably rather see cats. I don't know. We don't want to pry on this too much because there's little plastic pins here that are holding this together. So I'm prying up right next to the pin so I don't damage it. Keeping things on the sides they should be. There's not an objection. Yeah. This little piece, it's interesting because you know that these are basically the minimum viable number of pieces to make this work. There is no way for them to manufacture this and have it work without this number of pieces at this cost at the very least. Just gonna make sure. Okay, now I'll dry everything off. And Garrett, how do you remove your M3 heat inserts from parts? I have a couple different methods I use. I have the CNC kitchen tool. I also have a couple other ways that I do it using stainless steel screw. I want to thank you for doing those inserts for the Acro Mill drawers. They work beautifully. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Some more power Tim Taylor style mods. These little things always have a little bit of grease on them. So I'm just going to just kind of rub, just carefully. Little spring steel. It's possible to bend them, but it's not super easy. Be careful. But if you see, I don't know if you can tell, that's just grease, but we'll get every little bit off. Any grease I want on here is to be new. Let me see how much smoother it is now. Okay, reassembly time. This up. Sure these are good. These little pieces, there you can see the bearing path in there. Is there a reason you don't just do an ultrasonic cleaner without disassembly? Because ultrasonic cleaners will vibrate the steel bearings against each other and cause problems. it's a bad idea to do an ultrasonic cleaner with bearings. Hey Shlunky, hey Zybertech, hey Thunder Keys. This was not intended to be part of today's class, Thunder Keys, but when I was messing around with parts last night, I realized that this rail I thought could use a little bit of extra cleaning. Now, the way I knew which way that went is on this part, you see the extra bit down here, and on the other side, it's flat. So that curve side goes towards the curve side here. It's basically completing that bearing turnaround. Those end caps have a fill port. Yeah, so there's a port. There's the hole in the end there. Let's look. Let's look. So this is that's something good to look at. If we look inside of here, you will see that channel there. So yes, they do. They do have a functional fill port. See that channel there going from that center hole and around to the, now that's assuming that there's space around that screw for any grease to squeeze through. Hey Kyle. Is this intentional or do we have a disaster? No, this is intentional. This is from me looking at these rails last night and realizing this one I think could use a little bit of extra cleaning. And I figured it was a good thing. We haven't done this in a while. I don't know if we've ever done it to this extent. So those are together, that's together. We can start putting it back together. So this goes on here like that. And then this side goes on here. Squeeze together. Our springs go into place. There, and hold it with my thumb. Bring it over with my fingernail on this side. There we go. Springs in place. Hi Skyrim. Hi Michael. I've used the HT cartridges from Fabrico. HT cartridges. No, I have not. High temp, I'm guessing. So now that is all together. And I mean, we can fully assemble this. So one side of this is obviously not finished. So we'll want the finished side out. I'm not tightening these because if you've ever had a rail, I've had quite a few of them, that feels like it's catching on every screw hole, it's probably because this outer seal part is shifted down towards the rail. Just put these in and then just kind of shift it up a little bit. Try to center it there before we screw it down, because there is tolerance in those screw holes and it can shift around on the end there. So this goes on. This goes over here. Do you have to syringe to squirt some IPA through the grease port? See how effective it is? Obviously a bit thinner, but gives a good idea once they're stripped to this level. I don't know that I have a great way to do that. We can try something. I have the little grease gun. I'll show you. So now, shift this, make sure this is centered. If it's rubbing, if that seal is rubbing on the holes in here as you go across, then when it's on the rail, you can loosen these and just kind of shift those up a little bit until it stops doing that. Okay, so now get this back in place. Now we've got all these bearings. And I'm going to try to count these real quick. I want to see if I can figure out if there's 5, 6, 7. Oh, this is going to be tough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 35 in that one. Let's see how many are in this one. Let's spread these out. It'll be easier. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 35. It's 35 in both. Okay. 35 in both. I hope I kept those straight. Now I want to take a brush. We've got a little puddle of IPA in there. So we have a little puddle of IPA, and I'm going to take this with a flat side, no creases in here, and just kind of press down in here. Soak that up. Soak that up. And then when you lift this out, you see how there's a couple there? I'm gonna make sure you don't lose those. Okay, now we've got the bottom ones there. Bring these over here. These are all nice and clean. Just this, before we get too far, I want to try this. Let's see, I've got my handy dandy little injector. Doing this for my stealth HS press linear rail, must have counted those balls 10 times. Okay, so the end here. So I am going to push this onto the end. I think that'll be good. You see it? You see it coming out the, yeah. Does. Oh, it squeezes out. So this thing is probably implying enough pressure that it's tweaking, it's flexing these plastic end caps. So, and that grease is good to stay in there. It's the same grease I'm going to use. Pull table for hands, exactly. I'm going to put a little bit of grease along this channel here on both sides. And this will help both get grease into the bearings. And hey, Mr. Joddity. I think a little tiny bit of grease right here might be helpful. So I'm going to take my screwdriver now. Use that to help me get these into there. So then I'm just going to pop those into the, just take my time. In there. And we can occasionally push those into the track. Get a fresh spot here to put them in. They are a little magnetic from probably from my picking them up with the magnet earlier. Push these right in along. Hi, Stuart. No treat of all grease is keeping your fingers clean. Yes. Hey, 2 at a time. Good and efficient. They are very, very magnetic. Interesting. Ah. Also use your fingers. Just everything you do to move these around up here, increase your chances of one deciding to go for a walk. No, you man, but sometimes I think you go way overboard on stuff and just blast it out with some lithium grease and call it good. I'm okay with going overboard. Where'd you go? It's sticking to the carriage here. There we go. Now we're seeing it all. There. All of those are in now. So pull that up, and then before I go on, I'm going to throw a little bit of grease along here. Push this through, and then I can use my screwdriver here on the end. Just kind of push these through. That's all done. Wait, what? There's another way other than that. Okay, now we've got the other set of these. Do the same thing. Clean towel here without any creases for this extra IPA. No creases, just helps keep them from sticking to it. Go. Here. Take advantage of that magnetism. No. 5 at a time right there. Let's see, can we get all of these? Can we get all of these? Oh, we can get most of them. Just pushing them past that little spring. Okay, now push these through. Now, this last one here. Some fresh grease in here. You said 35 bearings per carriage. My OCD says add one or lose one. No, if it's the same, it's okay. It doesn't have to be even. Remember, just like likes, you don't want even. You want an odd number of likes. Hitting that like button an odd number of times is okay, not an even. I'm just pushing these through just to cycle that grease that I put on the outside. Will help cycle that into the channel because the bearings will take it with them. Okay, so that is done. 10 minutes to do it. It took me an hour to do it. Practice. Practice. Put that over there, clean the tip of that off, all of this. And then I have one of these tap things because I'm doing this all with the rail still on the extrusion. So I marked these, little marking on them that indicates which side this line on the side of the carriage goes. Why odd number of lights? Odd number of lights. Likes. You hit that like button. You hit that like button. We've got far less than 50% likes right now. Make sure it works. Okay. All cleaned up. So, hey, Kian. Hi, Daniel. Hi, Nappin. Okay. So just put this, and I had already wiped this off. Shouldn't be any. Can just do a quick, just kind of run through that groove. It looks clean to me. The other thing, when you're working on rails, it's important to confirm that there isn't a burr on the end here. If you take before you take the carriage off, because if you run every one of those bearings across a burr here, you have a chance of introducing problems. Either side, a good rail shouldn't have any burrs where they cut them. Hey, Dark Dog, haven't seen you in a while. How are you? There we go. A little rough, little more resistance as we work that grease in and any extra out. Yeah, that's a lot smoother. Before, there was a distinct, like, little bumps that would indicate little bits of debris in the rail. I'm not feeling that. There's resistance because it's a tight carriage. I think this is, I don't know how to tell. I don't know if EP2 means it's what preload is on it or not. But making a printer. Yeah, I heard you got something cooking. You need to add that grease gun to your Amazon list. So that grease gun is on Mandic Really's Amazon list. That's where I got the idea from. So go to his affiliate link. I'm sure there's one in the links of every video. Hey, Pex Peppers. The grease gun is pretty nice. Okay, let me get this stuff out of the way and then we will get back on the build. That was time well spent, I think. That's good. The Y rails all seem fine. I had replaced those at one point. Don't remember exactly why, but okay. Had to go offline for a few minutes, use Mobilux EP2. Yeah, that's what I have in the grease gun. I don't know if that's perfect for them, but it is suitable. Okay. Let's get back to, let's go here. Toothbrush. That's the freebie that the dentist gives. They work great. When you go to the dentist, the free toothbrush is a perfect one for little cleaning stuff for your tool drawer. This stuff away. Oh, there you are. What's up, buddy? Okay. We are at, I was going back through Mandic Really, or Mandic Labs. That's Alan Mandic. Okay, I had gone through last night and made sure I'd tried to get the rest of the heat sets in. Hey Barton. So that's where I am in the manual here. I went through as much as I could. I think I got basically all of them. So then we got to this part in the manual. We basically redid the frame, putting the proper number of pre-installed nuts in. There we go. Hey, GTR Dad. Well, yes, that's true, Bill. That is true, but. Oh, there you are. Okay, you're gonna come up here instead. So I did all the install stuff. So we went through, to a tremendous degree, all of the pre-installed nuts. Then we put the bottom DIN rails on, and we got to the Z joints. And then we assembled one Z module. So as of last stream, I didn't know I would be doing the colony clacker door in this series, but fortunately these parts don't have to be reprinted to do that. The colony clacker has add-on parts for it. One major part I had to reprint was the display housing. Hey Poity. So I'm doing prefabbed pulleys, 64 tooth pulleys. We did all this. So I assembled the other three. So we did one on camera and I did the other three. Now this distance here, I've adjusted that to about 9 millimeters, but I'm not confident that that's correct either. So I would still say start with the manual. Dark Dog, thanks for becoming a member. Did all this, that together, got the tensioning in, and then all those are done. So there we are. We have 4. One thing, if you're going through this manual, you should read it. It is entertaining. Okay, AB motor mounts. Let me grab the parts. The little part in here. That little part. Display housing for the Waveshare 4.3 screen has a built-in support. It does. Yep. It does. There's a little, is this it? Yeah, there we go. I think, nope, that's not it. Shoot. There's a little part. Where's the little part? I'll be doing sensorless homing, so there's a little spacer part that I don't see. I know I printed it, but it's possible it fell somewhere. So that's okay. It's not critical enough to spend a ton of time looking for. I will deal with looking for it later. Okay. What are the upsides of using pins instead of screws? That is a good question. I'm on the camp that the screws are just fine, especially in the application where in this, in the AB drives, in the idlers, that kind of thing. There are enough threads on a screw to where you have multiple of them supported along the length of the width of a bearing, such that it probably doesn't really make any difference. So I don't know yet. We're going to do this if using pins would be a assembly, if it would be easier to assemble with pins. So if anyone's planning on doing the 120R one, it's pretty tough. That back rail is really tight. I would not recommend keeping the clicky probe. No room for the dock. Got it. One drawback that I just remembered and was reminded of on the, what do you got down there? A little piece of, don't look. You don't need that. One thing I was reminded of the pain with pins is that it is very tough to get properly sized pins that fit in a bearing. Expect to chuck them up in a drill press and give them a little attention with sanding, with the sandpaper. I had to do that, and I did that this morning because I bought pins that were pre-cut. So I bought pre-cut pins on Amazon and not really remembering the issues. These are sold as shelf dowel pins and probably not the greatest idea. So if anybody has suggestions on sourcing for those, I'd be interested. Hey, Home Depot. Let's pull your half-ton bearing press. Anyway, for the pin variant, place the A drive frame upside down and insert two 25mm pins. Now, I was testing my printed parts with a shorter than, let's go here, shorter than needed pin from a Bondtech extruder, just to make sure that my tolerances on my prints were reasonable for this. So I'm gonna put that back where that was. So, oh, I need one more. Where's the other half? I've got 3 halves there. Where's the other half? Is it caught up in this stuff? Uh-oh. have 3. I need 4. I'm trying 5mm UXL rods today, cutting the length. There you go. Any filament giveaways today? There is. The links are in the description. Home Depot. I don't need another printer. It doesn't work because my reptilian brain is screaming, I want one. Shut up and take my money. I did searching for McMaster parts, and it can sometimes be a challenge finding the right spot in the McMaster catalog. I did go searching. I have a problem in that I'm missing one of these, and the root of that problem is that I printed out a couple of test bits and threw those away, and I'm concerned I may have thrown one of the wrong ones away. Just make sure it's not hidden in my pile of parts over here. I may have thrown one away that I shouldn't have. We can adapt, but what I may need to do is run a quick print. We'll be able to make progress on other stuff, but I think I'm going to need to throw that part at the printer. Okay, I'm going to, what size pin is needed? M3 by 25mm are what are used. What did you have to upgrade from Micron to R1 besides the printed parts? The Z belts, because I'm using NEMA 17s for belts instead of the Galileo Z drive. So the distracted. That is the major thing so far. And I'm changing the screen. So I made a real goober mistake yesterday. I was reminded of 2 things: the importance of cleaning the bed before printing and the value of printed parts versus CNC. Ouch. I'm going to be right back. So we are going to get Dancing Max to watch over the stream for a bit. You may, I don't know if we'll see Oscar here for long, because he probably will get bored of the top of the table while I'm going to make sure I don't have the part on the other printer. I am going to send the print job if it's not working. So I will be right back. I think I found it. Let's confirm. Yes, I found it. Yes, cool. It has not been cleaned up with the little stress marks. I think it's something to be said for how much I've brought over to this garage to support the streams, how little I've had to go to the other garage. That's the first time in a long time I've had to put us on Dancing Max watch. Made a good, okay, that buy M3 drill rod and use rotary tool to cut into 25mm lengths. Has to be slightly under 3mm if M3 drill rod is. That's the challenge, is it needs to be just the right diameter. Okay, let me catch up on chat real quick. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Is there a certain firmware for the Trident from Fabrico? Shouldn't be. Isn't this your temp garage? Oh no, this turned into the full, the permanent streaming location quite some time ago. Do a quick cleanup of the flat surfaces. Let's give these good good job, Oscar. Let's do this. Oh, whoop. There we go. Yes. It's not treat time yet. Not treat time yet. This is the source for the pins. Saw that, the AliExpress link. Which is fine. It's just a little more difficult to deal with that right now. Okay, what was I just had a thought I needed to do. Thought I lost it. Okay. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna grab just a 3mm drill. Is that 3? Yeah, I think that's 3. I was just curious if a 3mm drill fits these. 3mm drill does not fit. Okay, you can go in there, that's fine. Oscar's in my little cordless drill cabinet. Okay, what is the dimension of the Z-belt? 152, yes. 152, I purchased a set from West 3D. Okay, so the part that I need is this one. We will go this view. So this one, and we are taking a couple of pins. So every one of these. So let me grab, do I have the, yeah. This is the bag. This is the bag of pins I bought. And I don't know if we'll be able to see here, but these are all, I don't know what the sheared off. So probably a long rod goes through and they shear it off. But what happens is that puts a deformation on the tip that, for one thing, makes it difficult to put through a bearing. So, and then the overall diameter of it was a little tight. So that one will start but not go all the way through. So I chucked these up in my drill and used some of these little sanding discs that come with the LDO kits. But that's 180 grit, some sort of sandpaper, to lightly go over it. I also, because these are deformed on the end, ran my file over the end as it was spinning in the drill, to try to take up that deformation, and then ended up with 12 of these. I think I need 12. That a bearing will go on just fine. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Filled 3 dumpsters full of garbage week of the 4th, cleaning out the shed and garage. That's awesome, Michael. I love doing stuff like that. Okay, so we get a pin. Oh, that is awfully loose. I want to see something. I want to see something. This pin I was using from Bondtech. Oh, that's loose too. I don't like this. Oh, and that's too tight. That pin from Bondtech is too tight to go into the bearing. That is awfully loose. I'm not being convinced on pins in our application. If that, I mean, what is the point? I know print settings, right? So if my print settings are off, then this is going to be loose or tight. Yeah, I'm not liking that at all. Damn it. Let's continue and see where this ends up. If there's no way, I think the pins get held in place, I hope. If they don't, then it's really a problem. But I have no choice but to just continue. So. 100% going DH. It will be under tension, but now we're relying on the printed part to be, I think this is the piece, yeah. The same, here, let's look on this side. So that is a tight fit on the other side. Printed on the same printer. Now, if we have tension, we're going to be effectively bending the pin if there's enough tension. Maybe that's intended to be this way. I don't know. But that's awfully loose and that's awfully tight. Okay, we are going to keep going. So we need a pin in either one of these. It's just like the double shear bearing thing. I have questions on that too in the same line. Is if you don't have a perfect support, if there is any wiggle room, are you really being, is it really effective? I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that. Okay, we are gonna do that. 2 inside. We are not gonna use that. This is the little part I can't find. Seems a 3mm screw is almost always 3mm pins. Seem are all over the place. I can't find that, so I can put that in later. That's just a filler for where a switch would go. Oh, that's a good question, Bearded Bucket. Let's find out. Let's see if they're intended to be different sizes. This may, I didn't pre-start fusion, so we may get some lag in the stream. Let's go here. Let's see if this works. And see, you printed the pinned versions. They're tight, and any printed use. That one pin you have tried has the motor under it for support. Okay. I picked, how can I prove that? How can I prove that? I was very mindful of picking the correct parts. There is always the chance that I screwed up, but I was very mindful that I was printing the pinned parts, and I was looking for the pinned parts name when I was printing them. No, that's fine, Kyle. No problem. Typically buy my pins as shafts from a bearing supplier, always good quality. Okay, we have the string files up. This is the latest CAD. Let's get rid of the panels and let's grab, actually, let's expand that. And we want the AB drives. Wow, this is being slow. Be listed in your Clipper history. You should be able to double click by the file name if you need to. I print plates of parts, Greenbeard, and these were all done on the Core 1s. Guys, what was that? Did you see that punch? He punched me. You gonna punch me again? Punch, punch. You punch me? You want to. The pin beard doesn't have a hole going all the way through, and the bottom piece, I don't think. Okay. Let's see here. Let's get rid of, oop, I didn't want that. Close that, and right click, isolate. There we are. Cancel. I think are there, let's go here. Okay, so let's get rid of the screwed. Well, let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of the hardware. Why is that? Oh, and I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at A and I'm making changes to B. So let's get rid of that and the screwed version. And let's get rid of the hardware. Okay, so that hole is all the way through. And we do info on this. This is 3.4 millimeters diameter on that one and 3.2 millimeters on the other. So there is no, but it is pressing. This one is not all the way through. So the bigger concern, so this one has a lot of support down here for a bearing stack here being pulled on. This one, if that is tighter than that, we're gonna inherently put this shaft at an angle. There's no way around it. It's gonna get pulled at an angle. Oops, let's get the keyboard closer to me. That one's 3.2, and that one's 3.4. So there is a problem here. This is not ideal. You need those two holes to be the same. Is it a chance that maybe this isn't actually the pinned? Maybe there's some, this is the upper, this is the lower. What does the other side measure? Yeah, let's look at here. Let's go info here. That's 3.2. This one's 3.2. And this one is 3.2. And this one is 3.2. So I think, so let's look at real parts. Let's look at real parts. So that's the one that I don't like. Maybe there is that's its pair. So then here's this. We have, what is that? That's a screw. So it's here and here. Yeah, I think the export, I think the STL for this, or the CAD and the STL for this one is just wrong. It is, looking at the other drive, the intent is for those holes to be the same. I think it's just something missing. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Yep, and that fits good in there. Okay, so I need to adjust this piece and reprint this one. We can triple check. Yeah, easy fix. Thank you for having me check the other side, Kyle. That confirms that the intent is correct. We want the same size hole, top and bottom. There's just something missing here. When I'm printing, anybody is printing for a project like this, you're not checking every little individual part and the hole sizes. This just happens, but it is something that needs to be fixed before release. This is the A drive. There are, let's just bring up the screwed pieces and look at the, oops, I hate that selection. This is 3.4 as well. So the screwed piece, and then the bottom, I believe, is intended to be, yep, there's 2.9. So these are definitely distinct parts. This is, the screw is supposed to thread into plastic here. Hey, Nomad. Hey, sissy kid. Measure once, cuss twice. Okay, that is a fix we can do. So, let's get rid of the, we want pinned and not screwed. And then these, let's just go in here. What I'm going to do, because this makes it a little easier to keep track of what I've changed, is I'm going to right click on this and export this to the cloud. Just A drive pinned, and then I always just put my name on here when I'm gonna send it off. This is gonna be something that Hartk fixes on his own, but this is just telling me if I send it anywhere, this is something I changed. So if we export that, and then we go in, we can, I'm gonna leave that file open. We open this. We could go in here and edit those features. I'm going to start by deleting the chamfers associated with it. I'll just recreate those, and then this is 3.4, needs to be 3.2, so we're going to hit Q to offset, and we're going to make this 1.6. We want to check that. Now we're at 3.2 as well. So we'll Q to offset this, 1.6, and then we'll go back and put the chamfer back on. 4. If we tried to offset that without changing the chamfer, it'll keep the inner diameter origin point and just make a bigger chamfer. Hey, Hyperdrive. So now we can take this file here and save as mesh. That's the one we need to reprint, so that's all we're gonna export. Throw this out on the projects and Micron, and just save that right there. Hi, Jeff. And save. Okay, that shouldn't take long to print, but I do need to prep that. So I need to go, I should have grabbed the filament and loaded it in this trip, but since I found the part, I thought it was okay. But let me go grab the filament so I can throw it in this printer, and I'll send the print job over at the same time. So I'll be right back. Getting low, although this is one of 2 rolls. The other one is a bit more than this. Mike V printing Jabberwocky parts, nice. Assembling Zoll Nighthawk toolhead for the Trident. We're gonna get some look at A4T. Okay, copied it over, so, but I need to swap the filament. Unload. I have some 95A TPU in there. I had printed this 2-part PG7 piece for the umbilical last night. And I may try this instead in the 64D tough TPU from Sirayatech and see how that feels as well. Speaking of Sirayatech prints, I printed this. And speaking of Zoll, while we're waiting for that to do its thing, I printed that, which is a replacement tool head. Replacement tool head for the Zoll, for the gray Trident. This is printed in PPA CF on the gray Trident. I printed that with the printer, but I noticed that oh, it's still taking a bit. I noticed that the cooling ducts on the ASA print that's on there were a little melty from all the PC CF printing I was doing for Cascade. So this, I bought a Rapido Ace from West 3D so I could get a PT1000 thermistor on there. And this was printed at an indicated 325. My thermocouple says that that was probably 315. It's reading about 10 degrees consistently over a pretty large range. It's reading about 10 degrees cooler than the tip of the nozzle is. sure it's a good reason. That's all I can come with. Printing that gland and TPU is genius. Runs to cupboard to find the TPU. So I have the 64D stuff, which is a really firm TPU. I think that would work pretty well for this. I just need to open it up and try it. PPA. It's PPA CF. And I do plan on annealing this. I bought the little lab oven so I could do that kind of stuff. So I'm going to anneal this before I actually install it and see how that turns out. The annealing, the instructions say 100C for a couple hours, I think it was, and then let it cool slowly. But that's printed. I also printed a stealth burner tool head in it to try out. Why not? Okay, is this thing ready to come off? Oh yeah. Except that it's TPU, and TPU almost always gets caught up here at the always gets caught here on these. I don't know why. Wow. There we go. And then it gives me, because it's so stretchy, it actually thinks that I'm trying to load filament because it's triggered the because it triggers the filament sensor. Get this thing loaded, and we'll get that part printing. Get all this back together. This back together. There we go. There we go. And quick wipe down with IPA. Mine too, and the Fata's next G Fighter. My two tool head, same tool head. Or same hot end, 10 to 15 cooler on one. I know PPA can still creep, but only under tension. Okay. Something to try. You think that a PET CF is a better material for that though? An annealed PET CF? Okay, that's gonna sit there and heat up and load. Take a moment. Struggled a lot with the sequins on Zoll. Ended up making the holes bigger in Blender because I hope it goes better for you. Oh, I've already done it. Everything's installed. We did that on a build series last year. The 80s Outrun, Saved by the Bell themed printer. Okay, there we go. Purged. Let's do one more purge cycle just to make sure all that TPU is out of there. This filament is coming straight out of the dryer. Have it sitting there in the dryer. So it should be nice and perfectly ready to print. Okay, it's purged. Finish up. Come on, last little bit. Okay. Done. And print. Where are you? You are not sorted by. Let's upload. Now I got to figure out which piece it is. Why isn't it sorted? Here, let me go into the settings here and see why it's not sorted. Where is it? User interface. Sort files, time. It's sorted by time. Why isn't it there? Oh, you know what? I think I know why. But let's go here. Let's go to Slicer and Prusa Connect. Not much can match annealed PET CF. Great heat resistance and is very stiff. I'll try that. Doesn't have the tendency to creep. That's a great thing. Hey, Phil. How are you? Your description for them. Oh, don't let me forget. We got to give away 5 gifted memberships after the Filament and Colony Clacker giveaways. Let's go here. And that part. Oh, there it is. Okay. Why wasn't that showing up? Is that just in Connect is why? Set ready and print now. Confirm. 51 minutes. I'm sure we have, well, realistically an hour because it got warm-up times. I'm sure we have plenty of things to do in the meantime. But that is good to go. So we're going to, since we know that the other side, is correct, the B side, I'm going to switch over to that. Let's go down to the B. This is all this. Should have, here's the B drive. So this is what the B drive is going to look like. I think I have some PET CF. Neil, I will try that. What print temp does it go to? We're nearly at 50% like ratio. Okay, I'm going to be following that. So we have, which part is this? That is not that part. That is this part. Sure. Does YouTube video look different today? I got this hover pop-up thing now that I didn't have yesterday. I don't know. Okay, so this is the part. We are going to put a pin here, which is a nice pressure fit. I don't know how far that should go, if it should go flush with the bottom. I suspect probably. That's a nice fit. So all those are nice fits there. I have interesting, fun little tool I got. Let's see. Custom little tool I got. This is called a knocker. Got this at the, well, I ordered this while I was at the Barzy Bash because someone here in California makes it. But I'm just going to use that because it is a lead-filled dead blow hammer. That was a nice little excuse to use it to make those flush with the table. Okay, just a little. I could have used my Knipex pliers as well. But there's that, and then I need the little shims. Are you gonna be nice? Are you gonna be nice? Then we have a shim, a bearing. So this is the same as the other type stuff. Oh, hey, there you are. Another shim. And realistically, these are just washers, but they're close enough. So there's a guy, what's his channel name, Bill? It's Randy something. He's near Yosemite here in California. An interesting character, but I really liked the concept of that little tool, so I ordered one. Randy Richards, there you go. Search for Randy Richards. Randy Richards in the shop or something like that is his channel. I have no idea. I haven't watched his stuff. I have a feeling it's fairly colorful, so warning. But I don't know. Okay, so there. Like I said, interesting individual. Okay, so that on top, everything, making sure we have the right spaces in the right spots, and then we can put the stepper on. So we've got our stack of stuff here. Which one goes here? Is it not that one? That would be this one that I had tested the other side of the pin in. Fit well. So clean these up, so this should clip onto there. And that is all way better than I had seen on that other part. Pushing this in to make sure these are flush on the bottom. Okay. I did get the updated long shaft steppers. These are a 2 amp stepper. 2 amp NEMA 14. 30, what is that? LDO 35 STH 52 2004 with an S35, which is a 35 millimeter shaft. He makes those things and doesn't advertise or even have a store. If you want one, you have to send him an email asking him for it. So comparing, we have the moon stepper that I was going to put in here. These are the steppers that I used in Solid Fork. These are the original steppers, which are a 1.5 amp stepper. These, I don't remember what these are. Can't really immediately tell. But we're going to go with the long shaft, and we are going to do the double support. This is the one, so let's take the pulley off of here. Before we do that, I'm just going to use my toothbrush and get any of that little bits of. Okay. Use my screwdriver and knock loose any little bits. Little rubber remnants from the belts. Then we'll loosen any of the bits. Okay. Oscar's waiting for treats. Let's be honest. Now this is saying 11.6 millimeters to the bottom of this. I'm not going to be able to measure that super accurately, but we'll do final adjustment on the part. So this is going to go almost all the way down. It's going to be almost touching the bottom. But I didn't tighten both grub screws, and I didn't fully tighten the one. because we can do that on the part. So. Hey, Jack. So it says here, and then we have, oh, so they, okay. So what are the fasteners? Does it say up here in the previous? Yep, M3 by 30s. Okay, so M3 by 30s and an M3 by 6 to hold that on. Oh, M3 by 35s and M3 by 6 because we're doing the double shear. So, which direction? Okay, how's this putting the, yep, I know that's interesting. So it has us putting the wires going to the middle of the printer. I'm gonna grab the M3 by 6 first. Put this guy here. And then we have a access hole top. So this is gonna hold this in place. And then now we're gonna sight along this bearing and there. And if you see there, we need to move it up a bit. We need to move that stepper up a bit. So we're gonna move our flat side because that's the only one I tightened. And then we're gonna go in here, grab a little easier screwdriver to work with. And I'm also holding the print down and back here so I get a good look. Just gonna loosen this, move that until it's hard to get a good sight there, but you see there, that is going, you're not going to have to adjust that on printer at this point. Your belt path is being forced by these two bearings, and as long as this center line, same as the center line there, you're going to be good. So use this one. Tighten that up. Around. Tighten up our other side. Now we have that. We need this part, which is going to go like that. There is a little cutout here that I think is for if there was a screw there instead of pins. So, two. Just to make sure this fits as flat as possible. Just get any little peaks in the plastic down. Do that to both of these. Okay, so that goes there. And we have a, is that correct? That's not correct. What is this? What direction does that go? It's gotta go, oh, I have the wrong one. There we go, it goes like that. It's the other one. Same deal though, that hole is still the same thing, but then you still have access to that screw. 35s. You're being such a good boy. 35s. 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is not one. That's a 40. That's a 40. 5 and 1 more. Oh, there we go. Okay. And there is a bearing that ends up going in here. So this is a F625. 5mm. Should be one of these. Same as on the other printers, I think. Is that right? Is it F625? That guy goes down. Should press into the bottom there. There we go. So we'll have to do the same over here. Okay. Let's go on. There. These guys go in here. Andrew, for the Furry Supervisor Fund. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh. What's that? Raise your hand if you entered the draws without hitting the like. Now go apologize to your mom. Is that mom or is it mum? Is it mom or mum in Australia? Isn't it mum in the UK usually? Okay. Should still turn fine. And then this little part. So there's nothing stopping that bearing from going out of the way. So this little lock-in piece is pretty clever. It goes in here, and which way does that turn? Lock in, it goes that way. A little locks in like that. That's nice, I like it. I have a different solution, but this is perfectly serviceable, and it's toolless. Mine is not as toolless. That was a F. I don't know what the difference between an F625 and an F695 is. I grabbed the F6, whatever is used as the bearing stacks in the other printers. Mom here, but Brits and Aussies would always like hit like first because we are polite like that. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, coffee's gone. Switch into water. F695 is smaller. I had to use that size. I don't know. I think these are, what do we have here? Well, that's 623s. Do I have a bag of the, no, that's the 625. That's 625 not flanged. Hey, Rashab. Back with food. Where are we at? We have the drive pieces the printer is warming up. There is a preheat, a set preheat. We've got another 2 minutes of absorbing heat, and then it'll do its probe and print. But with the towel on there like that, I hit between 60 and 65 C depending on ambient in the chamber, which is pretty good. Okay. The B drive is done. We are waiting on a reprint for the top of the A drive. That looks fantastic. And that Hilbert curve with this filament is, I love the look. We're running it on a Core 1? Yes. All of the parts so far on this have been printed on the Core 1. Okay, so we will finish the A drive when that part is printed. So in the meantime, we're gonna go forward and start on the XY joints. So hit me, baby, one more time with yet another decision to make. Yes, yes, we know. We've thought of everything. Now it's over to you. Pins or screws? So we are doing pins. That's what I committed to on here. get me committed, but 1, 2, just 3, and one more piece. There. Here are our XY joints. I just ordered some dark orange and periwinkle with Sparta 3D for when I start reprinting my Micron parts. Nice. Yeah. One of the things that is going to be included in the LDO kits is a pressed in idler, a pin pre-pressed into a idler. So it's not a bearing. So this is the setup as referred to as live idlers. So LDO did send me these to use in the build. So that's the parts that I printed. So now the difference is that these parts have a spot for a bearing instead of the pin. So one of these bearings is going to press in there, and this is going to go in there, and there will be a shim in there. So I do not know what the LDO kit is going to come with for the other parts, pins or screws. I don't know. So that's there. We are going to, let's see, according to that page I just had up, that one, you are right in the way. Is it treat time? Is that the problem? Is that the problem? So that is not the piece according to the, oh, I see. There are a couple more printed parts I need to grab. One, and there are little printed spacers. So that's why this looks a little different, as there is a printed spacer. Is there an actual, there's instructions for the live idlers here, but that's okay. We don't need them. So here, so what's gonna happen is this is a tight print apparently. Oh, no, just, it's tight, but not too tight. That goes there, and that goes there. So now, I think that's correct. And then we have a pin goes in here. Push that on. Come on. Sure, we're going straight in there. How far does that need to go? Oh, that's not very deep. Okay. That goes there. And some shims. So shim, bearing stack. It's started printing now. Okay, so that is our bearing stack. And then the other side of this is going to be which one? Is that this one? No, it's got to be this one. This goes like, yep, there we go. So that is going to go there. That means we have a, oops, what I didn't do is clean all these up. Comes with Maker Beam extrusions. It would avoid having to print and use those M3 nut carriers. The problem with Maker Beam extrusions, and it won't because it is an LDO kit, The problem with the Maker Beam extrusions is that you have no option for the little post install nuts that that you can do. That is, so this is nice. I should have known. There's a peg there and a spot there, and it is reversed, so it is easier to tell which one goes where. That's a good little detail. So now this is gonna go. So I feel like there needs to be, so if this goes here, I've got to hope that a little shim goes there. So I'm gonna put it there because it needs it, and hopefully that's accounted for. So that's gonna do that. So there's our little live idler stack. So turn in the middle there. Post install nut, yeah. Let me see, right here. So you have regular square nuts, and then of course the Maker Beam nuts. And then I don't know if I have any in here. I think I threw them all away. When I built my first V0, I took these little zinc nuts because they're thin, and I took them on a grinder and I ground chamfers on the edges. And that allowed me to put it into the 1515 extrusion here at an angle and get it in there. Now, this one hasn't been modified, but LDO has come out with a similar thing where they've made little post install nuts that you see. It slides in there. Now, the counterpart to that is a little printed spacer that goes in here, and you need some tweezers to do it, but that nut will slide up onto the top of that printed part and create a fixed in place, little fixed in place post install nut. Quick, yeah, I saw that, but I've already gone through that, and my problem is that I'm not convinced that pins is a better way to go. So I think there are pluses and minuses to both. And I think there are not enough minuses to just using screws to justify going pins. But I'm assembling this printer with pins because I want to see. A little bit of but if you rewatch the first, probably after about half an hour of the beginning of the stream, you'll find where I talk in a little more detail on it. I just can't go through that whole thing every time. Which is not practical. That is really tight. It may not come apart when I'm done, but we're gonna make sure I'm pushing it straight. If I can get it. Aha, I can. Knipex pliers. But I'm gonna push straight on. Ah, darn it. There we go. There. So straight over that pin. There we go. Oh, look at that. I must have missed that while wrangling. Oh yeah, yeah, I did go over it, and it is a little more lengthy of a explanation. I don't mind repeating things here. I do it all the time, but that particular one I think would be a little, just takes a little more discussion. Yeah, I could have pushed that together, but I wanted to make sure it was going in straight, and those Knipex pliers make a good, not there? There you are. No? You want treats. We're gonna do treats. Let's do treats when I'm done with these XY joints, okay? Okay. Professional, that. And then there are in 3x35s that go down through the tops. So we're going to have 2 of them through here. Is that correct? It's going to be under the surface, it looks like. Go in pretty flush, and then they go to it. Oops. Sorry, Oscar. Might have missed the explanation earlier. Was that something we went over during the stream? Yeah, I talked about it during the stream. I did talk in a little more detail there. It's just if it will be asked again. I guarantee it will be asked again. I just don't, it takes too long to go over it every time it's asked. That's hilarious. Rewind bud, awesome. Yeah, those feel good. I do like this, the pressed in. I don't know if this bearing without, I mean this idler without bearings in it is available. That must be that's got to be a custom part. Oops. Okay, the other side. This side, rinse and repeat. There. And pins. A pin. It's going to go there, so this pin can go here. Just put it in that far, just enough to hold it in place. Bearing stack. Dropping all the things. Yes. I have found as I get older, my fingers get more and more buttery. So this will have to go that way. And then shim on top. That side, this goes on here. Do the same thing, press right. There we go. Make sure everything's lined up. Make sure everything moves smooth. 2 more. 35s. Oh, one thing I wanted to ask as a follow-up from last Micron stream, is a PZ probe a viable solution for a V0? I know boot definitely wasn't due to the force it put on the bed. Yes, I would say PZ probably, unless someone knows otherwise. I think PZ probe is probably fine on a V0. I don't use a probe on any of my V0s. I have taken my gold V0 on thousands of miles worth of road trips, driving around, and I have not adjusted. Every time I bring it back, I just print and it's worked fine. That's with the Kirigami bed mount. I have been surprised at how little I have to adjust that, and it works just fine. But if you insist on putting a probe on a V0, I think a PZ would be fine. Okay, so that is those. Not showing in chat. What's not showing in chat? What are you trying to type? Questionable choices. If it's a link, it won't. We might be running out of manual here. Some updates, additions to do this week. Oh, of course. We knew that. So at the beginning of the series, I said, we're going to go through the manual as far as it's available, and then we'll switch over to using CAD. And dear, you've done awesome so far. Let's take 5 minutes. We're not going to give you any clues about the 22 words hidden below. We got thermistor. What do we got? Nuts. Extruder. Hey, it's almost pointy. 1515. Printers for ants. Bearing stack. Panels. Dual shear. Anyway. No link, just text. Yeah. If it's not showing up for the moderators there, questionable choices, it's a YouTube. And I don't see the moderated messages for some reason. Pinned. Okay. So now we're there. Hey, we get to put the Z drives on the frame. That means we get to set the frame on its feet here pretty soon. And grab the frame. We have a very nicely square frame. Let's get Oscar in the view. I need gummies. I do. Gummies would be good. Just to the back. Am I okay dropping everything? Yep. Okay. So we have our frame here. Let's go this view. Oh. This was sitting on the floor, so let's get all the off of it. Dropping in Discord under stream chat. Yeah, that'll work too. Let me bring up stream chat so I can monitor it. I tried to. What is Fabrico doing? Has Fabrico got a flash sale going on? Fadus anniversary sale. 25% off all Fadus hot ends. Use code PH25. So Fabrico's having a Fadus sale. Stream chat. Okay. Hey, George Elliott. I have the extrusions for a Doom cube, for a 250 V2. It might be a project at some point. Is that a space gray frame from LDO? I have a box scroll coming in that color. Yes, this is space gray. This was originally the partial kit. So it was basically frame, bed. I think I got rails from Fabrico, controller and stuff from Big Tree Tech. But we're swapping those out for the Leviathan. So I got those. I have a Leviathan and Nighthawk 36. Came in Friday from KB3D. Okay, we are going to put so these go here. So this one goes right there. So we are going to move, maybe we go back to this view. Oh yeah, perfect. So we don't need those here in the way. We do need these two right there and right there, right there. And then this one, that one goes out of the way. That one probably goes about right there. That's that. And then these are M3x40s. Some here. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna get my head in the way here just so I can't see them anyway. So we'll see how well I did lining these up. That one's not lined up. All of these need to be lined up, otherwise it's not going to work. Let's see here. It's really close. It might need to go that way just a hair. Emoji. Oh, come on. Why is that not? That's right there. Need to go even further that way? Start with this one. Yep, there it is. Now we'll try this one, see how close we are. Nope. This is the challenging part about these. Let me double check my, here, let's put it this way. This will be a little easier to see. Right there. That one's lined up. This one, that should be good. So as long as I don't bump anything, that should work. Yep, that worked. I am going to run a Revo PZ on this. There we go. Everything's nice and lined up. Okay, so we'll do the same thing. We'll turn this over this way so we get a little better view of where that needs to go. This way. There. And I need more M3x40s. I don't know that I have too many more in here. There's a 40. There's a 40. This one might be. Nope, that's a 35. I think. There we go. Go. Sweet. The tooth idlers are available from Luke's Lab or AliExpress. Well, that's good. Luke's Lab is a good place for sure for those in the US. Wisconsin. Okay, move all these out of the way. This one into place. That one just dropped right there. It's already in place. Now, am I actually out? Yeah. I have one, maybe two. I don't think I have any more 40s in here. Yep. Okay. You can't see the accent part when the printer's together. I know. I know. I have a song from a show in my mind for the rest of the evening. And here's these 40s. Yep. Okay. Which one did I miss? This one. Woohoo. And one more. Good. There and there. It's lining up well. There we go. Some sneaky details of the next gen Cardo. It's going to be very good. Okay, check the rails. Ensure the Z rails are oriented in the same direction as your Z motors. Check which way is up. The Z rails should be closer to the top in this step. Yes. By this step, we have the bottom panel in too. So the instructions could probably, I don't know how critical this is to go by the rails. You're putting it on the bottom, right? We did that already. Maybe we didn't. Maybe I skipped. Maybe I skipped to putting that on. Okay. So we're going to repeat the previous step, all of those. And do we actually, and that is the end of the manual. We won't actually be putting the belts on yet, but that is the end of the manual. So we are going to be swapping over to using, okay. This. Filaments. So if Filaments carries anything, it's now KB3D. KB3D has purchased Filaments. Okay, so who do we got? We got Sanity here. Hey, Sanity. How much time do we have left on these? 27 minutes. Looking good. Hey, Keith. We know the accent color is there. You're right. Hey, Adam. Let's see. So I want to put, I don't know if it's the perfect time to do it, but I really want to put the feet on because then I can have it sitting on its feet instead of scraping on the table. Let me get my pieces. I think it's 2 of these and then 2 of the regular ones. I don't know. Okay, so the colony clacker, I keep wanting to call it calamity door, but it's colony clacker. Uses some alternate accent pieces for the bottom here, for the feet. Do a quick, just a quick across here, quick across there. These are the originals. This is for the colony clacker. Foot mounts. But the 2 on the back are still the regular ones. And I just want to make sure all these pieces fit together well. I don't know which ones these are, so just grab them all. Okay, so this guy is going to go here. Kind of, there's a little indents here it kind of drops into. So I'm going to do that, and then I think it's probably, is that button head or socket head that's going to go in there? Socket head become flush? No, so we're going to do a button head there. We want some probably in 3x10 button heads. Let's see. 3x10 sticks out quite a bit in 3x8. So 3x8 there. Seeing the CAD reminds me, do you have that modified PTFE inlet piece for the back panel? Yes, it's on my GitHub. That's, I get to say, yes, I have something out there that you're asking about. It's on my GitHub. Link is in the description to my GitHub. It's under the V2 Trident Common stuff. You'll find it if you browse around there. Oh, I'm missing the nuts. There are nuts that need to go in here. Put the rubber foot on before, which means, so there's a captured nut spot. So I was thinking I could probably put the foot on after, right? Yeah, but I did miss the nuts. Let's go around here. Is that in 5 or in 6? Sure. Those are in 5s. Yep. I don't have them labeled, so. Oh, they are being awfully good and sharing. Okay, so this guy can go in here. There's a little, I don't know if that's intentional, it probably is. Little lip that kind of doesn't just fall out, which is good. Now we can put this on. And same thing over here. So we're going to do a lot of this now, since we're going to build off of CAD, so we're going to be figuring out things as we go. The intended process, and hopefully, since Kyle's here, the anything we do might inform how the manual goes from here. So we're going to do lots of figuring things out. Hold on a second. Modified P for the back panel. Oh, I'm sorry, Rashab. I was assuming VT or Trident. I'm going to be making, for this build, I'm going to be doing that same 45-degree inlet. I just haven't done it yet. I'll be doing that before we need it. So it's not out there, but there will be one, assuming I don't run into any trouble actually doing it. But I did something I said I would put out on printables last week. There is, I put the custom hex trays out there on my printables page. So you can download this step or 3MF file if you wanted to print this, or the Steve Builds logo one. And it's on just the regular hex tray part. Okay, so same thing. 3x8 and a hex nut. So yeah, that goes in there, and that's a nice, that's a good fit. Did you flip the printer deck to accommodate the regular Z drag chain? I think the answer is no. Did you flip the printer deck to accommodate the regular Z drag chain? Should it be flipped? Why should it be flipped? Well, let me get a little further in the assembly process, so I have to unbuild more when I actually clarify what you're talking about. These on. Done a very good job with it. Everything so far has seemed very clear. Yeah. We flip this around, set it on its feet. This is the hole for the drag chain. And if we compare that, let's go back up here, and let's take are these separated out? We want the translucent panels off. Well, my panel doesn't have a spot right there at all. I will say that it should still work just fine with the chain going over where it is here. You don't want to have your cable chain too tight of a bend radius, but it can certainly go more. So I think that's what we're going to end up doing, is just moving it over to match the hole in my panel. It should be right of center for a regular drag chain. Yeah, and that's what it's showing here in CAD, but that's not the panel I have. So I don't really want to redo the panel. So I'm going to continue with it as is and just have a larger bend radius on my Z, which is fine. I think. Let's go back to this. Because I would have to recut this, pull all this apart, swap the panel back on. But that is a difference. It's good to recognize that. Feet. I want to put the feet on, and then we can keep going with other things. So these are the same feet I had. Now we're gonna have to pull them back off when we do the Z belts, but I think the next thing we're gonna be getting to here is working on the gantry. So regular drag train will accept a larger bend radius, no problem. Just wiping these off. I don't know if that kit comes with a bottom panel or not. I have an STL already made. Put in your stream chat. When I first built this, I made a bottom panel. Well, hold on, before we get too far here. Is this gonna fit? Yeah, I think it will. Let's look at how that fits. See what I need to change. It's a good time to check this. Let me de-dustify it. Okay, so this is the old panel. It's got these accent pieces on here that are I just used a literal two-sided tape to hold those on. So let's take those off since they're changing anyway. The original did not. Yeah, I made this. And I'm pretty sure I cut this out on my laser engraver. That Arturo that I have that I don't use very often. I'd love a CO2 laser, but I just don't have the space anymore. This black and orange is so fantastic. I'm very pleased with the color scheme. There we go. So let's see how. Let's take these feet off. It's probably a particular orientation, but let's take these off real quick. Shed in the future. I don't have room. I need a new house. Throat is dry. Got a Thunder CO2. It's amazing for acrylic. Yeah, it's somewhat hard to justify a laser for me though, because the Shapeoko can do most of what I would use for a laser for. Oh, check that out. That's amazing. That's amazing. I don't know if I'll have to change maybe some hole mounting hole locations, but that fits right in there. Look at that. I did like the yellow too. Neil. Hi, Joe. Hi, Biney. Or Binny. Darn it. I've tried to be correct on that every time and I screwed it up. Hey, Binny. Look at that. That's amazing. Okay, I'll put that away. I don't have to do, the worst I have to do to that is add some mounting holes. They're jigging the print file to drill new holes. Trick with CO2 lasers is find a reason for work to buy one. That doesn't work for me. The problem with where I work is we would need a proper location for one too, with all the safety considerations. I am very happy. I am super happy that that bottom panel fits without any modification to the, at least this perimeter. Let's put these on for a little bit. What was that thing? I thought this was the bottom of the printer. Or do you want to cut up? Mm-hmm. We do have a workshop that is working on beefing up their capabilities, and I will be and have been chatting with them about stuff, so that would be neat if they ever got that capability. Okay, we are at this point. Kyle, GB, relieve some brain cycles from me, some brain energy, and what is the next thing I should do in general? What is your plan for the next part of the manual? What would be the next thing in the manual? Diode laser safety is a real concern. We've gone over that. Okay, if I was doing this without seeing whatever Kyle responds with, probably start building, I would probably start building the gantry. And then getting it ready to set inside the printer. Gantry and Z-belt are potentially bad. Yep, okay. If you ever need to access a CO2 laser, I'm sure my neighbor would love to have you drive down to use it. Good to know. That is good to know. That is such a drive though. Sure, everything's good. Okay, so this can come off. We are 20 minutes, 19 minutes from filament and colony clacker giveaway. We are 10 minutes from print being done. Let's start on the gantry stuff. Set this here. And let's go here. So we have one, we have our B drive done. Oh, we have idlers to do. We have front idlers to do. 1, 2, 3. That, oh, I didn't print those. Yeah, I gotta print those. That, and what else do I need for this? Yeah. Okay, front idler pieces. I need to print the little logo pieces for here. The little backers I didn't do. Colony collector giveaway open to folks outside the US. It is not. It is not. That is a limitation that LDO put on that giveaway, is that it is US only. So. Surprised I haven't changed the green to orange. The green what? What am I missing? The green to orange. Filament collector and subs. Yes. Filament collector and subs. That's being given away. How are we doing? We are over 50% like ratio. The CAD. Oh, I see. On the CAD. Got it. That's okay. Let's start the assembly of these guys. So oops, go in here, and we have the two sides. The A side and the B side. The same. Oh, they are the same. Okay, it's the same piece, just either way that it goes. If this is the B side, it is the lower one, because the pulley is on the lower side. And then this is going to go in here. I think it goes like this. Layers against each other. That's okay. Which vendor sells the Colony Collector door kit? It should be available at any vendors that sell LDO stuff. So that's where I'd be checking. Okay, so that's going to go in there like that. Now, I did print the pinned ones. I did not think about this. Let me go back to the... If we go to the change log and you see AB drive supports pinned bearings, pulleys, or screws, pins are 25 millimeters long. But I bet you if I come down here to the front idlers, oh, it does not. It doesn't say how long the pins are. BF idlers from Cleese repo to fix the belt path for the R1 gantry. Cleese repo. Let's go BFI idler. Aha. Okay. Let's go here, and we probably want to go back here. And oh boy, Clee, you got a lot of repos. Voron BFI. Is there a for Ants BFI here, or is it on the, or did they put it on the Printers for Ants repo? Is it on the Printers for Ants repo? I don't see it here in the more recently updated stuff. So either it's going to be here. Is there STLs, Trident? Oh, there we go. Micron. BFI. Doesn't say anything though. Is there any info on hardware? Let's go through here. So beefy front idlers. These are replacement front idlers. Design is available for Voron. Y. Stock and Ramas. BFI for Trident. Here we go. This is what we want. For Micron, you'll need not looking where. Okay, so not documented, but we can figure it out because we have scale. We need a pin that is 14 millimeters long. Not 15, 14. I'm gonna get a 14 millimeter pin. I am fairly certain that is also the case. Let's see what we need for the Z. So these are the parts for the Z. We need those that are 18 millimeters long. Come on, guys. Okay. I have, this is going to be fun to deal with. Where are the other pieces that I had? I had more pieces of parts. Where did I put those? I just had them. I just put them, moved them out of the way today. Where did I put all of that kind of thing? I spent all this time prepping 12 3mm rods and let myself skip the idea that, oh yeah, they are going to be different lengths, not all the same length. Let's go. I just had them. There. Wouldn't the pin length be in the CAD also? Well, yeah. You're making sense. Where did those go? I just had them. Let's see. Let's see if it's in there. Oh. I mean, we have the physical part. That's an adequate measurement. But I actually have some M3 pins that I bought. I guess I can just look it up. What did I order? Let me look up what I ordered. Ordered a bunch of stuff, and this is stuff for Mad Max. This is where they came from. And I bought M3 by 25 dowels, and I bought, oh, they're 1/8 inch. That won't work. Never mind. Okay, so we need to do some custom pins. Let's look at the CAD real quick. One of those, where's my 10mm moments? You had your bag of pins on the bench at the start. Yeah, but a different bag of pins is what I was looking for. I was looking for a different bag of pins. I checked West 3D and KB 3D and they don't carry it. Carry what? How often you guys change the XY belts on your printer? I'm not a good indicator there. Because I probably do a mod or a change on a printer more often than the belts are needed. And I'll reuse them unless the ends have something going on or there's some other reason I feel I need to do it. But let's go in here. Let's find this in browser. And we have printed parts and we have idler housing. Here's idler carrier pinned. So let's isolate that. Oops. We want the hardware though. So let's do that. And don't need that. Is there a pin in here? Let's get rid of you. Nope, they didn't put a pin in there. There's no pin in there. So we can just get rid of that and we can measure this. That is 14.2mm. So if we cut something around right at 14mm or a little under, that'd be good. Hey, Olifox. Oh, Colony Clacker door kit. Got it. Pre-order only. Well, if you are in the US, then be sure to enter for that. We have 8 minutes left. So we are going to, I'm going to show you the Colony Clacker packaging as it comes and what it includes while we wait for you to put in for filament and Colony Clacker. Be sure to enter. We will be drawing in 7 minutes, but this is the kit. It is for Micron. There are other versions for other printers. Marathon sprint on Prusa wire, nice. Plus 14 millimeter plus or minus 0.05. Anyway, that is the outside. More information. This is Rev A, designed by Hartk and Hartk. I will say that Colony Collector needs some tweaks to the printed files. There are some things that don't print well. So we have a hardware kit. This is a front door. So it's an extrusion-based front door with a very satisfying door hinge. So there's some bushings and pins and magnets. And then fasteners. A couple of heat sets. This is the LDO fridge doors from my Trident and V2, love them. I have not installed them on any printers, so this will be a good, there's a lot of good experiences going on this Micron. Foam tape, packaging filler, and then just space gray extrusions. These are slightly darker than the frame, but it's very hard to tell. So 4 extrusions, some hardware, and the foam tape. Now if we go to the Colony Clacker page, talk about this a little bit. Experience with the Colony Clacker parts, some were iffy to print. There just needs some revisions. So if we go up to, and let's just open this in a new tab, and we go to the Colony Clacker GitHub here, and let's paste this. So this is the GitHub for it. This is what it is. So it is an extrusion-based door. So I don't know what if the giveaway includes a panel or not. I'll have to ask Jason because I didn't think to ask that. I told him I didn't need a panel because it saved him shipping. I can cut my own. But the door closing and stuff part is supposed to be really satisfying on these. So I have high expectations, but watch the satisfying clack in action. Hi, Kyle. Is that you? It's Jadeki you? I didn't know that. I just noticed that the logos were the same. So is this your thing, Kyle? So this is good. I can tell you exactly what I don't like about the printed parts. So there's a bunch of parts, and then there are like this part here. There's an issue with this part we'll talk about. It's an add-on, yeah. Jadeki is you. Okay. This part has a little issue. We'll show you. I'll show you. And then in the skirts, we'll go down here. So there are some nice customized skirts that bring everything out to the front of the door. So this, and it's add-on pieces, so we didn't have to reprint our Z drives. They go in front of it, which is good. But if we go to, let's see what we see here. Nope, let's scroll up to the STLs. Really hope we win this add-on so I can justify buying a Micron kit. There you go. Let's first go here. And is it the handle? And it's the latch. So this part does not print well. At least I couldn't get it to print well because there's a fillet against the build plate and fillets around the sides. So this whole thing just becomes a hot mess right here at the bottom. Fillet against a build plate is one of my pet peeves. It's basically mirrored. It looks just like that on the bottom. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that you can reuse the original door panel if you have it. I will check. I might have to cut it down. I think I might have to cut it down a little bit. We'll see. So that part is one that I had trouble with. And then in the optional skirts, if we go to the Micron Plus with, I'm just going with the parts I was working with. So the stock Z, one of these, no, it wasn't this. It was in the, in the common for the wave share. These parts, these are intended to print this way because of this big giant overhang. But if you look here, right there, oh, shoot, right there, that, I know it's hard to see because that is an unsupported ledge. And then once again, all of these angles end up being really hard to get to print well. Hey, Killer Prints. So that's my feedback on the printed parts for these. I didn't realize you were the, Jadeki was your GitHub name. Otherwise, I would have just DM'd you all these when I first found them. So that overhang right there is unprintable. So for mine, I just flipped it over because I needed to get it printed and I supported this surface here. And this is completely not visible when it's assembled. I would not recommend that as the solution. Probably tweak some geometry on the rest of this, but anyway, that is that. The rest of the parts, as far as I can tell, printed out just fine. I have them all printed. They all turned out pretty good. We'll find out when I look at them in detail as we assemble them, but it's awesome. Thank you, noted. We'll take a look at the CAD. There's a slightly different latch with more surface area. Okay. Yeah, the part, where is it? Took all that apart. We got to do a giveaway here. Make sure you get entered. Here we go. So this is that part. So this is what I supported. Allowed all of this to print really well. No overhangs. So that was a good compromise for me, in that everything else printed pretty much perfect. Just this is not seen. This is on the back side. So this is like the front of the printer. The display is right here. It's actually this way and it's on this side. This is the front of the printer, and then this is the skirts, or the bottom panel bolts in through here. So okay. You could always do some modeled in supports if you want to just print it this way. That'd be easy. If you want to retain all this geometry and not change the rest, flip this over and do a little grid of modeled in supports for this. Giveaway time. Let's give away. You know, I've been spoiled by the Voron printed parts. I'm working on a printed robotic arm, so many supports and angles. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go here. Reuse this window. Wheel of names. Oh, what happened? Wheel of names. There we go. Okay, we are going to give away the roll of Polymaker filament first. Or the coupon, depending on where you are in the world and what they're doing right now. Have you tried to use PETG for support? I don't have a printer right now that's tuned to be able to do that. But I'd probably use HIPS for ABS. Someone said 35 for the bearings earlier. Make sure everybody's up to speed. I know it was typed in chat, and if you're not up to speed, you're not gonna hear me in time for it to matter, but let me bring up the Polymaker filament. So Polymaker filament giveaway. Link is in the description. We have quite a few entries. How many people do we have right now? Over 300 people here. So we have a good amount of entries, but still a lot of people who don't need filament anymore, which is mind-boggling. But let's start the countdown now. 3. Hey, one solid cube. What's this kid? Let's see, 2. Oh, we got one. 3, 2. Sounds working then after the price. Been looking at the 352.4. The Hadron, that is definitely a thing. You do not get a proportionally reduced price or the reduced size of printer. They are not cost effective for the build area. So, had several. 3, 2, 1, half. Go for 35 randomizations, 1 for each ball in the rails. I like it. 3, 2, 1, and put one more in. One more. Okay, we are done. Save. Okay, we have 2 of them, so I gotta cut it off somewhere. Let me link this out. Okay, GJ, you got in first. I had that posted before I put it in chat. And Hanson Hollers, you got in the last one. We are going to do a number between 1 and 35. 35 bearings in the rails or in the carriages. 1 and 35. Let's see here. 3D Medic Vents. Howdy, howdy. Let's see. Still interested in an Index 180 printer, maybe? I'm looking forward to Index, for sure. Photon Peak, you said 5. Let's do 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and spin. What do we got? Polymaker filament. Polymaker filament giveaway winner is Bradley M. Bradley M, you must be here, so say something in chat if you are here. You have 2 minutes. Bradley M, congrats. Congrats, Bradley M. Are you here? There you are, congrats. Get you copied. This. You are, everything is kosher. Go over to my drafts. Go, and let's see, Windows and the email. Bradley, you should have an email here in just a moment. And sent. Congrats, Bradley. Okay, let's close that. Delete that, start over. Okay, after I started looking into the builds, so you had both builds back to back, so I'm learning as I go. Awesome. There we go. Okay, so for a colony clacker, so this is US only. Now the caveat here is that if you are only going to be providing a US address that it gets shipped to, and there is no hint of trying to get Jason or LDO to ship this anywhere else, then I don't care. If that is what you put down. The point is that Jason only wants to ship this to a US address. So it is US only for all effects. So be good, please. Let's keep, it is very nice of LDO and other companies and Polymaker and stuff to give these things away. So we want to respect their efforts as well. Let's do a number between 1 and 17. I don't know why, because that's about half of 35. Let's do a number between 1 and 17 and a half. Had an awesome talk with Jason and Murph. I think just about every talk with Jason is pretty awesome. About Kobe. 1 and 17. Link is in the description. Oh, no, I'm totally wrong. We're gonna do 1 and 17, but we gotta count down. You have 3 seconds to get your entry in. We're gonna do between 1 and 17, but we gotta count down. 3, 2. No, I haven't closed it. I haven't closed it. If you haven't entered, enter now. I haven't done a multi thing giveaway in a while, I guess. Side effect, more engagement than whatever. We just got one. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. And done. There we are. Oh. This out. Create. Love to delay you, but non-USA. Yeah. Thank you for respecting that. What was it? 1 and 17 and a half. What was it that how many were we gonna do? Between 1 and 17 and a half. While I copy this list of names. Ooh, I almost copied the wrong column. I don't want to be pasting email addresses. Muscle memory had me on the wrong column. 1 and 17 and a half. So there we go. We are going to shuffle 8.75. Mark, you said 9. Let's do 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and spin. Okay. So, who do we have? K0 Brian. K0 Brian, are you here? You have 2 minutes to respond. And we're going to find out, while we're waiting for you to respond, we're going to find out where you say you are from. K0 Brian. K0 Brian is in the US. So K0 Brian, are you here? Did my entry go through? I don't know. Was it near the end? Let's see. If it was near the end, no. But if it was anywhere else, I'd have to search for it. K0 Brian. Not taggable. K0 Brian. If you put Spectra in the YouTube name, then I don't see it in the last 20 or so that were entered. "27 seconds. 27 seconds. K0 Brian. Polar Ted Club? J0 Brian. Come on, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Okay. Respin. We leave the name in just in case you get called again and it comes back. Let's do a number between 1 and 10. 1 and 10. Make this quick. Making a sandwich isn't a high privilege direction. Yeah, it's hard to, we know that not being taggable doesn't have an impact on if someone's watching or not. And howdy, Keith. Let's see. 1 Raz says 2. 1, 2, and spin. Who is this? Will they be in the US? Oh, R. Chapman, R. Chapman, R. Chapman, are you here? R. Chapman. R. Chapman, congratulations. You have, I'm pretty sure you're here, but I'm putting a timer on it. R. Chapman. Let's see, where are you? Chapman. It's in the US. R. Chapman. Unless you want to be a member of the Polar TED Club. It is possible. R. Chapman. Let's see. R. Chapman. You're getting a burrito. Come on, R. Chapman. You got a minute. You got a minute. We're going to get 2 inductees. Are they on vacation? R. Chapman. Sure you're live. Oh no. You got 40 seconds. Oh, get to sit. Oh, where'd Oscar go? Oh, he decided he's out behind there. There we go. Oh no. R. Chapman. Stretch. "15 seconds. Maybe they want to be a member. Good job, Maurice. Getting that ping out there. I got 1 second. Ah. Okay. Let's do this again. Close it. Let's do it again. 1 to 10. 1 to 10. Be quick, be quick, be quick. Gotta get back to the build. Back to the build. Garrett, you said 9. Let's do 9. We did 9 already, but I'm going to do it anyway because that stuck out for me. 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know how many that was because I didn't actually count. Who do we got? Today only. The code Steve Builds. Take 40% off sauce. Jeremy Todd won. Jeremy Todd won. Congratulations. Jeremy Todd won. Can't go back to the build yet. Have to give away memberships. Oh, we will. We will. Thank you for the reminder, though. Jeremy Todd won. Congrats. Are you here, though? And are you in the US? Jeremy Todd won. Everything looks good. Jeremy Todd won is in the US. Are you here? Jeremy Todd won. You gotta get back to the build. Jeremy Todd won. There you are. Good job. Awesome. So you will receive a contact from Jason. I will pass on your email address and you will do the rest of your coordination directly with Jason. You do indicate you are in the US, so awesome. I will say that 99% of you put this are know how to do math. But there is one number that wasn't correct. I was looking at the numbers. Anyway, awesome. Congrats. Let's see. You would have missed it. Oh, there, stop the timer. Awesome. Okay, let's get back to the build. We have a finished print, so we can build the, where do we got? We are at, it'll drop. Be sure to hit that like button. It does help. And I know most people are gone. I'm supposed to say this beforehand, but if you're not subscribed, subscribe, please. Oh, run the heat gun over it. Is it intentionally wrong? Link removal, gifted memberships. 1 + 1 = 10. Okay, thank you. Gifted memberships. So let's unpin this. Unpin the message. Let's remove the giveaway links in the description so people don't get confused. Save. And will it let me? Hey! No, never mind. It doesn't work yet. This works though. I got excited there that I had the gifted membership thing back in my interface, but it's not. They haven't fixed it yet. And I never heard back from them. So let me go over, I got to go to the YouTube interface. And I need to mute this tab, so mute the site so it doesn't come up. Go to view my channel. And don't knock it. Thank you for the gift of memberships. And Schlonky, thank you for being a member for 37 months. Go in here. And so I can't gift the free memberships from my YouTube Studio interface, but I can from the YouTube interface. So here we go. And we will do the last 5 on the last Sunday of the month. The other 5 on the last Sunday. So on the member streams, we are building or rebuilding the Blue Bear printer that was originally owned by Chris Russell. Practical Printing was his channel. He gave that to me at Rapid last year and I had the intent of passing it on. So I'll be passing it on to my friend that has the Ender Wire, and I'm gonna get the Ender Wire back. So, Bearded Bucket, thank you for being a member. Good to see people stick around after the giveaway. We have a pretty good, I mean, there is definitely a peak and a dive to the numbers, but we generally are in the 250 to 300 people leading up to the giveaway. We peak a little over 300 lately, but right now we're still at 265. So it's a pretty good, I think it's a pretty good curve. So, most of us aren't here for the giveaway. Bearded Bucket, thanks for the gifted memberships. Underwire, that is a name I haven't heard in a while. Killer Prince, thanks for being a member. 38 months. +1 for the stick around crowd. There we go. Where are we? I think we're gonna go close that here. So. And while the stream is going, Garrett's reminding me there, 40% off with Steve Builds at pexpeppers.com. We're here for the kitties, exactly. I just checked the stock door on my Micron and I confirmed that will fit into the colony collector frame as is. Oh, that's good to know, Tuxedo. Thank you. Got the info from Polymaker now to spend. Yep. Yep, I post those. Oh, so you got the email and then you sent off for the information you need and you already got that. That's good. That's really quick. Where did my file go? There it is. So this is the freshly printed piece. It's all good. So we're just going to give this a little once over to make sure all the mounting surfaces are good. Questionable choices. You are a member though, for 20 months. Next Sunday, a wing sauce giveaway. I won't be, so I won't be here next Sunday. I'll be to Open Sauce. I won't be, no hot sauce at Open Sauce. They may have hot sauce, but I'll be at Open Sauce. Derek, thanks for being a member. Thank you for all the content. You're welcome. You're an anti-member. Okay. Here for the cats. Who's here for the cats? Who is here for the cats? 2 weeks then. We can do that. Send me a DM. John, thanks for being a member. Okay, we got to put this guy together, which requires this guy and this guy and this guy. And that guy. We're all here for the cats. Who wants to buy an open bottle of sauce? Yeah, true. And the old stepper to get the pulley off. You going to 3D Printopia this year? Next year they're moving to Pennsylvania. Yeah, and I saw that and I'd heard that. I am planning on going to 3D Printopia. I have not yet bought any of my paid for any of my travel arrangements. I need to do that. I need to do that. Showed up for the 3D printer, stayed for cats. Okay, same type deal. I'm just gonna clean out the teeth on here. I mean, we're rebuilding the printer. Let's start with fresh things. Little bits of dust and belt residue, the wax that, I think it's a wax that they have on them. Whatever kind of stuff, the release, maybe some sort of release stuff from the mold for them. Are we going to OC Maker Fair? Yes, that is a for sure. Voron will have a booth at OC Maker Fair. My intent now, I'm hoping, is we're going to start renting trailers and I'm going to haul stuff in the Maverick. So finally went out and bought a replacement truck, but still, it's a suitable vehicle for my needs. Moving to Pennsylvania is fine. Just hope they change the weekend as well. Oh, second year in a row lines up with the charity cycling event. That's a bummer. That really is a bummer. Okay, I don't know where that's going to end up needing to go, so we're just going to put that in the approximately spot. I just got a Maverick 2. I love it. Awesome. What model did you get, Paul? And what color? Did you get a hybrid or the EcoBoost? I got the EcoBoost. I have maybe a dated opinion of CVTs, but I had no desire to own a CVT. Maverick XLT hybrid 2-wheel drive specifically. That's Micro machine. I am not a big, I like small vehicles. If I could get away with whatever, what are some of those Kia truck, whatever, that would be right up my alley. I got a TRX hybrid all-wheel drive with 4K tow and Velocity Blue. I got Velocity Blue as well. Mine's a Lariat with the 4K tow package, but the EcoBoost. You can 3D print stuff for the Magret. Yep. Seen the Amazon slate. Yeah, that would be perfect if it was made by a company that I know could support it for more than, for a reasonable amount of time. There is a definite, I have a definite concern about a vehicle that I expect to own for many years, to be able to get parts for it for many years. Hybrid is technically not a CVT in the, no, but the hybrid motor in the Maverick is only paired with a CVT transmission. So the EcoBoost is paired with an 8-speed automatic. Okay. That is that. We have this. Back to, I think this is where they had us putting in the pieces. My wife's BYD Cillian 7 gets delivered in 2 weeks. Oh yeah, you were talking about that. Awesome. Oh yes, it will, for sure. Oh, it's hard to beat the torque and power output of these electric motors. What are we talking about? Bradley. My first choice, actually my first choice color for the Maverick would have been the Salsa Red, but they don't make that anymore. I think my next choice of current colors was their green. Their metallic green is fantastic, but they didn't have anything in the area with that. Wrap it in 400. Okay, let's go back here and let's confirm. Let's go up. Just want to follow the, is this the one? Nope, the one before that. Here we go. This is the page we want right there. Could have done this on our own, but it's good to have the thing. Now we should have, this is the first test of this. Yep, we do have a very tight fit there. So for that, I'm going to just break out all of the, and I'm going to press this in with the parallel jaw pliers. Just to get that, oh, shoot, I'm trying to do it straight, and here we go. Up. There we go. Okay, so now we get our bearing stack there. There, and that. And then we're going to go that, one washer, two bearings, two washers, two bearings, then one washer. This can go on here. go. That did push through a little bit there, so I'm gonna, there we go. There, just knock that back flush. Same thing over here, I think. Yep. Okay. I just got the Maverick back from having paint protective film put on it. It's something I've been doing to all my cars. I have a friend here locally who owns a shop that does it. And so I got a light tint because it has pre-dyed rear windows, tinted or embedded, whatever, tinted glass. And yeah. So, okay, that goes there. And then we need an M3x6 here. I've had the black and silver cars since forever. Having the eye-catching blue is a nice change. That, I was very specific, and that's the exact reason I wanted a colorful car, is just in contrast to all of the monochrome out there. I think we need more color on the roads. This lack of color is disturbing. How are the jaw tolerances on these Nippic channel locks? They're great. They don't wiggle much. Back and forth, is that what you're talking about? I mean, these are an expensive tool. They are quality. You can get one size. I don't remember which size it is. I think it's in between these two at Harbor Freight, and I hear they're pretty decent. I've looked at them in person, but I don't own any and I haven't used any. But they're still, it's like $30 something for the one. It's still not a super cheap set of pliers. Speaking of Harbor Freight though, I did see, and I don't own one, but I use this vise, this Pana vise often, because it's just really handy on the workbench. Harbor Freight sells a very same form factor vise for like $20 that has nice, I think the jaws are a little better than this, has little V slots in them so you can grab round stock and stuff. I might even consider grabbing one just to see how it is, because it might be a better use case for me than this is. But they make one. People have asked about that on stream before, and I was there the other day and I noticed they made a nice little vise. Oh, smaller blue one. I have that one. I love it. It was silver, and it's a suction based like that is. It's suction based little vise. Anyway, let's get the stack lined up there. See, that's not lined up, but it's actually pretty close. I mean, I made total guess. I took the section off and mounted it. Oh, cool. That's the case here too, Simon. Every car. That's all people want to buy, or at least that's all manufacturers think people want to buy. So that's all they make. That's why we bought April, my wife, a Honda Civic last year, and we got Boost Blue. It's a really good sky blue color. Truck is dark metallic, dark gray, white flake. Interesting. Okay, now this guy goes on here like that. And then we have some 35s that go through here. so good. Hi, Kevin. And then this guy goes on there and twists into place. I do like that. That's good. It works well. The one I was talking about earlier, I did show on the Trident build with the double T setup. I did a little printed circlip that I like. It's a little lower profile, but this is good too. I like it. So those are done. So all that, those. Now we have front idlers, which we need to cut some pins to do this. I want to do that because I need to make more progress on this build. So I've already trimmed or sanded these down to the correct diameter. So these all fit bearings, but now they need to be the correct length. And I can't just cut them in half because it's a little, it's a little longer than half of this is what it's needed. So I think the idea is I should probably just break out the Dremel and cut these down. Let's mark them first. Losing a lot of material. Yeah, these, I only bought these 25 millimeter. I did buy some 35 millimeters for another project. I could theoretically use the 35s and waste fewer or less material, but I have no idea where that stack of things went. I was looking for that, and I don't know where that little stack of hardware went that I had earlier today. They just walked away, I guess. I could make two 14s with the 35s. That's what I was thinking, but I have no idea where I put them. Really, I'm very puzzled because I had them all, then I set them somewhere. That where is the $1,000,000 question. Did I throw them in here? No, I didn't. I didn't. I really have no clue. Aha! I found them. Never mind. I found them. Okay, that's what we'll do. A little less wasteful this way, but these are all the same kind of problem with these won't fit in without some grinding and cutting down. It does mean that I have to cut, well, I guess it's the same number of cuts. Yeah, cut twice. It is going to be easier to trim these or to sand them down while they're long. So let's do this. So what I was doing is I was taking this to the close to the end first, and then I was, so let's see. Hey, Obi-Wan. Make the 18s with this, less waste. Yes, I will do that. This might get loud. I don't know if it will or not, but we'll see. Okay, so that was just to get the shear bit off, and I don't expect it to actually go on there yet. But now I have to take it further out, and the sanding disc here, noise filter works good. Awesome. So I was using this quite a bit earlier. Just grabbing different spots on here, and then just working on here. Wipe off and test. Nope. That can get hot. Hey, Dr. Dave. Welcome. I'll say the part of pins mod stuff. Oh, and I'm creating a bunch of dust here, so I want to make sure I don't get it on my nice pretty parts. If this takes me too much effort to get these down to size, because this is the first of this package I've tried. If this takes too much effort, I'm just going to waste the material and use the ones I've already sanded down to size. Although I'd only have to cut one of these. But those do not want to go on at all. And the question is it just the end? No, that's fine. It's just extra. You can kind of see the difference there. I can feel the difference of what I've taken off. But these are so iffy on the quality. I know if it gets hot, you get expansion. Yep. But I think I'm just going to cut down the two that I already have because those are already done for this part. So that was an attempt, but I'm not gonna waste a bunch of effort on just trying to save a little bit of material. So we'll take these that have the correct size. This away. Wipe this off, go grab my Dremel. I'll switch to a different here. There was an attempt. Yep, there was an attempt. So this to grab a marker and these. Oops, this is going to be easier to see the big marks. Cut right there. I think it's going to take too long. Yep. So now I'm going to put this on here, and I'll change camera views when I go to actually cut these. Take one of these other ones here. Let's do that now. This is the majority of what I'm going to be doing. So if I put one of these over here, hopefully that'll balance out and let me get a better grip over here. There we go. Okay, let me grab my Dremel. I need to pick up a newer generation cordless Dremel. They've gotten a lot better. This should not take very long. Use mine on this flex shaft. Works pretty well for this there, and a blade. Then I need to plug in. Where can I plug in? Got all the things plugged in. What do I have plugged in? What is this? Oh, that's the, yeah, I don't, let that press for a moment. Go. My kitties are sleeping apart. Yep. They're doing well. You need to get your mini lathe into operable condition. Perfect case for its use. No kidding. I do need to get it into service. Go. Glasses. Okay, so I will be cutting. Of course, this is not. Go, that'll work. Tighten that down. Like that. Hopefully, just in case, headphone check. Go. It's going to be hot. It should be sunk away by this little brass piece pretty quick though. So before cleaning this up, let's see how long. Oh, I got Felix got disturbed. Let's see how close I got. You still here, Neil? I am a millimeter off. 15.06. Shoot, I don't have my bench grinder set up. I need to cut another millimeter off of that. So the easiest way to do that is going to be right on here. Need to go. See ya. Thanks for the great stream. Looking forward to seeing this Micron modified. Have a great week. You too. Felix is concerned. See ya, Andres. Okay, I got to take another millimeter off because I don't, and I would do this on my bench grinder with it chucked up in the drill, but I don't have that out. .06. That's pretty good. So I'm going to chuck this up here. And break that edge. Perfect. I don't know if that's going to focus. It turned out pretty good. What do we end up with on an end? well, 14.07. They're whiny. Yes, they are whiny. Real test is, there we go. Perfect. One more. Let's see if we can do this in one go. We said we needed 18. There's no good reason. Well, we'd have to cut 4 of them. I'll cut the Z, because we're not going to get to where we need the Z's today. If we do, then we'll do it, but I think I'd rather cut the Z's off camera. It's because this is a bit of a pain. What probing solution are you going with? I will be going with Revo PZ. Still going, yep. Okay, right there. Do this again. Oh, shoot. Thought I had it. It hit my foot. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Another screw. Felt it hit my foot. There it is. Let's see how we did on this one. 13.8. That is fine. 0.2 under is going to be fine. It's not, there's so little mass there. Let's do that. Yeah, that's not falling out of there. Perfectly fine. Gravity is always stronger on our workbench. I'm gonna leave this stuff out in case we do end up getting back to it. A little bit of, not a whole lot of, but a little bit of mess there. Okay. Here. Just put this off to the side. Okay, idlers. So longer shot that goes over there. Here. Oh, spare linear rail and a bit of CAD work. I'm sure you could have a radial arm saw in no time. So Bill, I did move my my pin holder for Micron with BFI. Sent you my modified pin holder. Is that modified this thing? Great for cutting long pieces, yeah. I did move my lathe into a more accessible spot. Actually swapped, my Trident is here on the other end of my workbench now. And I moved the lathe to the end closest to the door. Okay, we have this stuff. all this stuff out of the way, and get a little bit of grit, all over the place. Feel it under the mouse. Cancel. Let's undo that. Okay, so I wanted to confirm, yes, there are shims in there. So we're gonna build, oops, I was bringing up the CAD here. There are shims in the idlers there. Other than that, we have a 3x25, and then these guys are gonna be 3x12s. I think we'll have to figure out the, let's get rid of that. So this guy here is an M3x20, probably with 2 shims in there. Okay. 3x20 and an M3x12, probably. Yep. Okay, just kind of planning ahead. First step to use is access, yep. Okay, we are set. So let's pull these out. Washer. So shim, bearing, and shim. Now all of this goes in there. And my watch band has snagged my scale. So there's that, and to do another one. So let's see. Rinse and repeat. Washer, bearing, there. Now these go into there like that. The little tabs here go to the outside. It can't go together the wrong way. That won't go in there. So it has to go that way. Then I am going to print. I still need to print the little pieces there, but one of these is going to go one way with a 25mm button head. It's 20. It was 25, right? Yeah, 25s. Probably this one. Yep. So I need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, and 4. A drill press and a cordless drill and ways of cutting off small pieces. Should go through there. Just a couple of threads on there. We'll probably end up taking this apart as we go along, but that gets us, and this can actually come right out. This all gets held in by the tension of the belt. That camera is going a little funky. Did you guys see that? Is that the first it's been done that, or has it been doing that any other times? Might as well just put this together out here with that. It's stainless, but it's still a little magnetic. I'm not sure, especially using my mill. This watch band doesn't seem like such a great idea. Especially using the mill. That doesn't seem like such a great idea. Okay, so we have idlers, XY joints, and stepper mounts. Favorite are the jeweler rotary and lay of these 1-inch diamond wheels. Talking about ways of cutting small objects, small things like this. I would not recommend going these generic pre-cut dowel lengths. There are much better options. This was a very poor choice on my part. Open sauce is rapidly approaching. Yep, I will be there. I will be there as many days as my ticket will get me in. Okay, we have gantry parts. So I think that is our rear center. So let's see what we have in CAD. We get rid of our all panels. So let's get rid of all panels so we can see this. And we're not doing a clicky, so those pre-installed nuts aren't needed. We need one for the chain support. I think we have chain coming down over here. I don't know if there's room for this to go there, because our chain is going to go down here instead of here. I don't know what I want to do with that. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, you're going to be there, Zachary? Make sure you, if you see me, or ping me in Discord too if you're going to be there. You can always, anybody. If you're going to be there and you can't find me, shoot me a ping in the Discord, poke Steve with where you're at, and we can meet up, say hi at least. What I'm going through in my mind is whether I do want to go through the trouble of putting that extra hole in here and then plugging this one, or what. Oh, that's an interesting thing. That's where the Wago stuff goes. Can that go elsewhere? Still be accessible. And I don't know where I put mine. Actually, where I do it is better because I have all this room over here then. So I don't think I'm gonna end up with that. I think that we might be able to get, yeah, the nut can go out if we end up not needing it. So we need one for this piece and two on the back, 4 on the top, 4 on the bottom, none on the front. Okay. Can't that bracket be on the other side of the chain? No. You want to keep it from falling the other way. The way that it kind of also depends on where if you have chains with one fixed end and one rigid end, kind of could depend on where that is as well. Okay, I have all of these, which is the remnants of the no drop stuff. So let's do what we can with these. I don't know how much it helps, but a little bit in there is not going to hurt. So let's do this. And so we're gonna put just 2 on the back. Actually, we're not going to be putting this hardware in place. So I have these nifty little grub screws that I was using before to lock those in place so they don't fall out. Let's put those in so I don't move the printer around and constantly have to fuss with these falling out. So these are going to be the back, and this is going to go somewhere over here. So you just tighten that down. And since it's tightening against the back of the no drop plastic here, it's not actually marring anything up. Let's put that there, and this one over here somewhere. The one that fastens the bottom of the chain. It could be on the other side of the, maybe. I know what you're talking about now. You're talking about this being on the other side here. I will, since my extrusions go all the way out to the end, I'll probably just remodel this to mount on top of this extrusion. If it goes to the other side of here, we have even less chance of having any kind of stop here. It may be that I remodel this to where it tucks into the drive mount there as well. So, but I see what you're talking about. Okay, so there, and then for now the top and bottom. That's the problem with using the Dremel on camera here, is you get all of the debris, all the grit. Grub screws, that's today's secret word. So one. These don't actually provide any kind of resistance to these. See, they don't provide any resistance to these moving, and that might be, I might need to change print settings. I printed these back when I did the first thing. We didn't do treat time. We can do treat time before. We'll do treat time at the end. Don't let me forget, because that's something I will forget. We'll give the cats a reward for being so good for the stream. For Oscar not walking in front of the camera 5 times. More like 10 times. So I think the goal today will be to get the gantry assembled and sitting in the printer. Then we will deal with belting everything next week, or the following week, because I'll be at Open Sauce next week. Okay, so that's there. So if we're looking at it this way, that goes right there, which means these will go here like this. These screws are 3x8s. So now we're going to be tapping things into place, I think. So that one is already right there. So not tight, and then we'll push this one into place. I think if we start with all of these out, it'll be a whole lot easier. Cats are definitely getting better about streaming etiquette. Depends on the mood, that's for sure. Oops, oops, oops. Yeah. Send all of these this way. Did all of them go that way? Yes, okay. Are those, oh. So since those are, I'm curious if these actually should be. Let's look at the CAD. let's get rid of those. So if we measure from this surface here to the bottom of the extrusion, we're at 8.4 millimeters. That's good. There are alternate versions, I think, of these things, but 8.4 millimeters means that it will deform this plastic. You just have to crank down on it a little more. What I want to see is if a M3x6 actually catches the screw adequately. I don't know if that would be termed adequately. What I felt there, it seemed to be fewer threads. So if I go there, yeah, let's go off. That's off. So that's one thread. That's two. So it basically gets like 2 1/4 before it's tight. So this, an 8 millimeter shouldn't bottom out on the extrusion, but the problem I'm running into is these little plastic carriers don't let it, and this, you'll see this, the previous build, you'll see, where the plastic deformed and we had to tighten, come on, you can do it, you can do it. You can see where the plastic deformed where we had to tighten them down. I think I would rather have the more threads on these parts than worrying about that piece of plastic. We're gonna just deform the plastic. So that'll be just snug. The little no drop things aren't actually helping us here is the thing. I don't know if it's adding anything. All of those are, yep, okay. So turn this over. You can slide these in and then I can see when it hits the right spot. There. Tighten that down. Oops, wrong one. Where's there it is. Do the Prusa Mark IV built plates from, do the Prusa Mark III and IV built plates fit the Trident 250? Sort of, not really. So I use them. I just sacrificed some Y travel in order to use them. You sacrifice Y. But otherwise I use them because I like the texture. Okay, so that's one. And we can put the other one on here. Start with these to the inside because it's a whole lot easier to push those into place. To here, just by the camera, watch that go right in place right there. Not very tight. That go. Did you print these parts with the satin plate or the smooth? It depends. So all of the black parts I printed on a textured sheet. All of the orange parts I printed on a satin sheet. So that's similar thing here. Put one into place. Right there. I used the satin for the orange. Go. I bet you it would get a really shimmery effect if I'd used a gloss plate for the orange with that Hilbert curve. Oh, and of course I put it on backwards. No, I didn't. Never mind. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. These should be. Never mind. I got it. That is the rear, because it had me confused, because one of the changes for R1, so you were asking about changes for R1, is this extrusion used to be at the back and the cable chain went in front. The intent for moving it to the front is so the cable chain is in the back and keeps it out of the way of your tool head stuff. Okay, so that's there. And let's put this way, because that's how it goes for that. Now we have our Y rails. And I think this would be here. Which is front and rear? Are these centered? I don't know that these are centered. I didn't keep track of this. So we have 23 millimeters there and 23 millimeters there. They do appear to be centered. 23, 23. Okay. So if that's like that, that'll be good. So I have those two nuts stayed. So we need two in the top. We will put these in when we're ready for them. We can push from either side on these, so okay, so that's gonna go there. Then put something under this side. There we go. XY joint. XY joint works well. What was I going for? The little Z plates. These will have to come off as we put the parts together, but for right now, for getting this assembled, these guys. So these guys go. Where are we? We are. We're working on this corner right here. Little face. No, that's this one. Where's my file? So for one of these, that's a top surface. I'm just gonna do a quick little run across there. Before I do that, any of the stuff I've been doing with my file, just brush it off. Mouth goes on the outer side, yep. So that's a common mistake on the V2. There's a little notch on the ones with the V2, and a lot of people put that to the inside, and that shifts the belt, the way the belt path goes, is it shifts that in a way that is detrimental if you're printing at the extremes. It's not enough to make an actual difference, but it does. It is incorrect to have these the wrong way around on a V2. Okay, so that goes there. And what I think I'm gonna do is move this out of the way, shift this around so I can better see what's going on here. Do that right there. So this is gonna go about flush with the back here. And I think we can just push that there. It's going there, and then in 3x12s. Here. this. Shift. Just use a screwdriver there to get that in place. Bottom side. Do the same thing. Just like that. Oh, this will actually have, how do I want to do this? I think I'm going to, instead of fastening these, because it's got the how does that go? It's going to be the same way here. Oh, shoot. There we go. That's the bottom. The joint is going to be there with that. Okay, we will, yeah, okay, I get what I'm going to do. We're going to put the thing in here, as it should. A 12 here. And then a 20, because that's what the eventual size is going to be. That's a 16. So we probably have 20s over here. Yep. And then a 20 just threaded into the end. It's enough to drive people crazy if they know the right way. Oh, yeah. Is that an LDO kit or something else? This was originally what was called a partial kit from LDO. So the it was a frame and motors and bed plate, stuff like that. Now does this. Let's turn this up on its side. I'm gonna make this to where the extrusion is flush with the end of the printed part there, because I think that's probably about where it needs to be. We are going to line everything up on the printer though, similar to on a V2, which is the parts that make a V2 more complicated to build than a Trident. So, oh, what happened? That's stopped being a good reference point? See you on solid cube. Okay, all the same things. All the same things for the front idlers. Oh, that was a square. Square nut fits in there. It doesn't fit in the... I do like square nuts for most of this stuff better. I think it gives a better, you can torque them better, but this is fine. It's been fine. What did I miss? Just a drive-by. I got to keep running. About to miss a flight. Hey, Scott, you missed nothing. Just more assembly. Just more stuff. This is the upper. Yep. So this is the one that is biased upwards. Do the same. It's this. 12s. Is that these? Don't come here for the printers, come here for the Oscar and Felix. Understandable. Understandable. How much time do you have there, Scott? When's your next flight? How long are you here with us? Oops. I keep meaning to make my overhead on a track, but flight is in 3 hours, so you're home packing now. Oh, you've got all the time then. You've got all the time. I was gonna do kitty treat time right now since I haven't done it yet. If you were rushing to a flight, I would have rushed to get some cat treats going, but let's just do this. There we go. Schlonky, is the body lower than usual for anyone today, or is my cold just completely blocked my ears? I haven't changed sound levels. I change as little as possible on my setups. It is a bit lower today. What in the world? Does that help at all? I just raised the gain a little bit on the microphone. I don't understand. Maybe, am I just talking lower? Not my usual loudmouth self? That's in there. Here, we'll get the other idler. Right like this. What we need. These. Mowing done, I can jump back in. Nice. Usually I have the audio at 20, I'm at 26 today. I don't know, it might be me. I might be just talking quieter. There. Okay, so we have a long 20 millimeter on the corners. That's what'll go into the Z joints. Turn this over and get these that I missed on this side. Small printer, lower voice, maybe. I am absolutely thrilled with this color combo though. Z-Rancho did good with this custom filament. One more. Okay. the other top piece must be still in the part bin. Yep, there it is. Yeah, I still have no idea where that little Y end stop plug filler is. Somebody did ask earlier, is it based on Felix and Oscar, or is it just coincidence? That is 100% coincidence. To be honest, that didn't even occur to me until I just read what you typed. It did not occur to me. Completely unintentional, but now, I mean, it makes sense. Okay, last screw of this. Me sometimes. Okay, so that is actually kind of zoomed in. Probably, yeah, that's probably better. You know, struggle as much to keep things in view. Things looking good there. So now we can turn this over. Get ready with our refreshed, cleaned up x-axis. Just make sure, just get any little bit of ooze out we've been getting. That's good. Subconsciously, this was meant to be an Oscar and Felix printer, apparently. Okay, so this will go like that. Gotta keep the text the right side up. So with that in mind, let's build this thing so I don't have to go visit Phil in my mind to get it right. I don't think there's anything extra on the, should only be three nuts on each side. Oops. Yeah. Nothing extra on the bottom, nothing on the back, just the three. Four. That is up. You know, there is a problem with these honey badger rails, at least the one I have here, is that to read the text up, it has to go this way. But to read honey badger in the upward position, well, that's backwards. So I guess that's the way it has to be. Okay, it's all good. I just remembered that the honey badger was on the side. This is all correct. Okay. We're good. Who is still down there? We've got, see if it's there. Is Oscar back there anywhere? No. Where is Oscar? We're at 4.5 hours. We're doing good on time. Okay, so that goes there. Let's move this there. So this goes right here. It's there. What are the screws here? Those are probably 8s, I would guess. I did. Yep, in 3x8s, and on the bottom, on the bottom is something else. Zoom in here. So this guy here is an M3x20. So M3x20 there and M3x8s on top. Puxatawny fill? No. No, down under maker fill. I didn't want to have to think upside down in order to keep the X orientation right. Oxotani fill. Aussie fill. Come on. John's not here. Someone has to make the really bad jokes. Okay, and right here, there, or 20. 2 of these. I'm guessing it hasn't gone to my level of bad jokes yet. I think we have quite a number of folks in here that are really good at the bad jokes. I am definitely enjoy the bad jokes when they start flowing. They start being thrown around. It's time. A little bit of the orange in there with those live idlers. Those move good. Okay, these will go across here. Now, that doesn't want to fit well there. All of this is going to have to be adjusted on printer. So that what I want to do is make sure that these back here are loose so we can shift the whole thing out. Put this off for a second. Make sure the top ones are loose. Bad jokes or dad jokes. Is there a difference? Is there really a difference? Isn't a dad joke by nature bad? Not all bad jokes are dad jokes, but all dad jokes are bad jokes. Should be these little guys. Oops. Does Jeremy sarcasm count? It's just one letter off. That's a bad dad joke. Like I said, all dad jokes are bad jokes. Anybody who is building a V2, this next part here, as we're going through it, is really important in properly setting up a the gantry. Also, I'm looking at this here. Remember how we use this to straighten out those the parts in the bed extrusions that had been pulled, the slot areas had been pulled? I realized I've been looking at a way to correct the frame on tri-bent, and that's exactly how I'm going to do it. And I'm going to take the LDO has those backers for the rails, these guys. This is going to be so perfect because I've 100% this is going to work. I have these guys. I'm going to put this in the extrusion, and then I'm going to probably make a better plate than a washer. And I'm going to clamp it down. As long as the M3, I may end up, if I have to, drill out to an M5 and maybe even go to a fine pitch something. So maybe it can get a little more torque on it. But that's going to be the key to fixing the extrusions on tri-bent. to the point where it can be assembled easier. Okay, so that is all now assembled, not aligned, but assembled. If we go all the way to the back there, this, so even if these work right here, now when we put it in the frame, we'll make sure everything lines up in the frame. This out of the way. This out of the way, because we're going to bring the frame in here. And what I want to do is I'm going to grab little stoppers that I keep a collection of. This is one of those things that's useful to keep. I have a whole bunch of this kind of thing. And we're just going to probably pick a spot a little higher up. So we're going to go here. Hopefully that's not too high. That way we can keep all of the everything at the same height, nice level area. If you didn't have this, you could try like tape or a little clamp. Might have to go one more down, but I want to be able to get a screwdriver up in for these. See, I keep all of these. They don't take up a lot of space, especially in my little divided drawers. There we go. Now we're going to carefully see if we can put this in there. We are going to set the button heads on the things. So I think that's there. Go. These should all set down on there. Okay. An interesting setup here now. To tweak all kinds of stuff. Is everything looking correct in general? Yes. So I'm going to just go through here and pull these. Backwards, what? Oh, you're right, I am backwards. You're right, I am backwards. I forgot to note the bottom. How did I get this thing out of? How did I get it in there? There we go. Yeah. No, I got it wrong. I know I got it wrong. I was paying attention to too many things at once and missed one of the most important. That's okay. There we go. Now it's correct. That is okay. All of this stuff needs to be a little loose. We need to be able to shift things around. So I'm going to pull these screws out. That mean your feet are on the wrong side too, the orange details for the door. Are you kidding me? I have no excuse. That was early in the stream. The feet are fine. I just need to move the accents. It's not that big of a deal. But it is really annoying to realize that. Okay, so these come out. It was just to make sure those nuts didn't go flying. Let's go like that. Now, all of these are gonna need to be loose because this extrusion's gonna have to shift around. Oop, you gotta stay in place though. That. Okay. I'm gonna need a bunch of those shims. This will be fun with a capital F. Let's see if I can get any kind of reasonable view of what we're going to be doing here. So I need 2 of these shims on the top of the spherical bearing each, and a 20mm screw going up through there. So what I'm gonna do is put this 20mm screw here, get it to go up through there like that. I'm gonna hold the screwdriver there. Now I'm gonna put these shims on. Tweezers would work well for this. There's one. This is going to get more difficult with each one that we do because I'm going to have less wiggle room, but probably also less that I have to actually hold on to. We'll see. Okay, so that's there, and then this can go up into there. And hopefully that will tighten down because the nut will still be in place. Yep, so that tightens down. So that is in place now. We're going to come over and do this one. $20mm here. So we'll do that. Get this in here. Put it up through here. There we go. And it really should grab some tweezers because that will make this a lot easier. I'll do it for the next one. There we go. And then shift that around, get that through there. Hopefully everything will. There we go. Cool. What about mounting the Z joints to the gantry, then to the printer Z carriages? Might be less fiddly. That probably. That is probably. I agree. That would have been easier. I definitely have shown that I don't have a problem doing some things on hard mode. I think we're seeing one of them. That's okay. Okay, so those are on. Let's continue hard mode. I'll make it slightly easier. I think I have some tweezers over here. Joey's got a lot more experience building microns than I do, I think. At least working on microns. That is a good idea. I like it. I do. Go. tweezers. There you are. That's in. Hey, Mike. There we go. Moving belts in would be easier. We already know this part is. Oh, yeah, that is definitely going to be interesting. We still have to put the belts on. Yep. See? Trident. All I'm doing is showing trident as the answer. Trident is the answer. Ah. This is all gonna have to change. What a pain. What a pain. This is not a Micron thing. This is general V2 stuff. Why are you not going there? There we go. In any case, all of this being loosened up and moved around, it's just going to help us align the gantry, which we want to do before I think it'll be easier to do before we put the belts on. That's my story, and I'm going to keep with it. Okay, so this is in place. Everything moves. So now we can start back here and get our width correct. So let's see what we have here. So we want to center this extrusion in the back. I'm just looking at the gaps here. Hey, Maker Viking. If only you don't hate lead screws like me. Are we going to be belting up today? No. The idea is we're going to get the gantry in place and aligned, and then we'll belt it next week or in 2 weeks. We'll belt it in 2 weeks. So what I'm doing is getting the this center extrusion. It will be tightened down with the Y extrusions here lined up with the sides of the frame. This should all be right in line. We'll do the same. We'll set the width of the X carriage here and make sure that it remains in line with the frame when we move the carriage to the front. But right now, this is all at the rear. This can go here, it doesn't matter. But if we look at this, we should be able to see. This is definitely that is an interesting thing. Why is that not? I think it's because it's actually pushed that way. Some of this is going to be impacted by the position of your rail as well, because there isn't any real compliance here. side to side. So that is very true. On a V2, there's a lot more, if you're using the basic joints, there's a lot more. So this should just be in line. It is kind of showing that way. Everything is, but if your rails are not perfectly centered on this rear extrusion, it's going to impact how all this is. So with that like that, and these all at least snug, that should just line up. This is definitely more of an issue on the, oh, and we need to make sure that those are vertical. That's part of it, because it does have an opportunity to do this. Make sure it's not doing that. Interesting. How do we most effectively do that? Make sure those are straight across. You see that? If we, I don't know if you can see it here, if we push on the top here, this whole thing will rotate out and change the distance here. But we want to also make sure that the weight of the pulleys or the steppers isn't pulling this down. This might be easier. I did speak John's name. I said John made the most epic dad joke in yesterday's member stream. So if you look at this, the weight of these can pull this down. So if we want to counteract that, this distance here is changing very slightly. So we want to make sure that this is straight across. How do I do that effectively? I have some ideas, but it's not perfect. I have an idea. We'll see how it turns out. As usual, it's clamps and 1, 2, 3 blocks. Clamps and 1, 2, 3 blocks. Big weld across brace. Bill's got welding on the brain. Let's see how this does. This relies on the printed parts not extending beyond the frame, but we're just having fun now. Basically, if I did this, clamp this, this is overkill. This is so overkill, but we're doing stuff. I did that. That should force this to be in line with the frame, right? We're going with it. We're going with it. Why not? 2 more clamps. Clamp champ. We're gonna laugh, but it's okay. We can have fun. That goes there. There. Now, with that there, all of these, make sure they are relaxed. Make sure everything is relaxed. These are they're going to feel like they're tight or they're tightening up, but I'm just pushing into that plastic at the end. There's a point where it gets definitely, truly tight. Is what I'm looking for there. Okay, so now that should just gonna put these over here. That should be all, and then that is solid. So now the next part is we can, oh, and it stayed even here. I had eyeballed it even and it's still there. So now at the front, these, by same virtue, this should basically be, and it feels flush. It is. So we can look into getting this thing tightened up. So if that's flush back there, we're going to be better off doing it back here. So we're gonna get this all lined up. So that is nearly centered there. These are loose, so we can move things around. Yep, that is loose. So we're gonna go here and get that there. A little bit that way. Nope, too far. And we're gonna hold it here. Tighten up these bottom ones. Tighten up the top ones. Our advantage of having pre-made corner parts. Non-permanent Loctite is a very good idea on the frame screws. Can be. This side. I would wonder, and I'm going to check. I wonder if I even have any. I wonder if an M2 washer would be a good idea under those. I don't have any M2 washers, but the heads on these are so small in diameter. I feel like a a washer would be a benefit to not have them pushing up into the plastic on the sides. So now as this goes forward and back, it's really smooth, and we should be able to put our finger here and not feel this joint flexing either way. If you feel, you should be able to feel that. If you put your finger here, you can feel, and this isn't moving at all. I'll do the same over here. I wouldn't encourage anybody to not put Loctite on frame screws. I just don't often, and it hasn't bit me yet. So it's not saying don't, but yeah, that's really smooth, and it's not moving at all on either side. So I think we're pretty solid on the gantry there. With all of these done up like that, we will be pulling apart pieces at a time to put the belts in, but everything should, this will get us, I mean, these are really our important ones, and those are not what we're going to be screwing with for the belts. Where are we? 5 hours. Okay, that is looking fantastic. Oh, let's fix. How do we do this without causing any real problems? Let's move these up here. Hold that. Here. I'm putting these stoppers all the way up. Oh, that didn't work. Not all the way up, because that's where a screw is and they don't work very well on there. But further up. Where did you go? Where did you go? There you are. Okay, because I want to fix my error on the bottom. So this here, and let this move to the top. Turn it upside down. So I put the accent pieces here on the wrong spot. So we're going to fix that before we leave. Just cable tie up. I know, but I didn't want to deal with that right now. I just didn't want to deal with it is all. We are going to pull all this apart. We really should make a larger mod of this printer. I know a 2020 Micron would be really cool. A 2020 Micron would be fantastic. I have the red bottle, blue Loctite. As long as you're making sure you're distinguishing between red Loctite and blue Loctite. I have orange bottle, orange thread locker. Found this, I bought this at some point for some reason. It's weaker, I think it's weaker than blue. Would not a 2020 Micron just be a really tiny 2.4? A 2020 Micron, a 2.4 is 2020. The number on this is Permatex. Thread locker orange. It says high strength removable. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look it up. I bought it, and I probably bought it because it was a recommended thing for V2.2 or something. That's where I get most of that stuff. I have a shaft retaining compound because of 2.2. Red bottles for blue Loctite. No, don't know. Like my 150 Trident, it's like a solid fork, but with 2020. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. This there. This to match the corner there. That's where it's gonna need to go for the bottom panel to come on and off without taking these off. What about those corner holes in the back mounts? What do you mean? Corner holes in the back mounts. The feet are on here just temporarily. We're gonna have to take the feet off when we belt this. Z-belts and stuff. Micron or a Trident? All depends on what you need. What's that? What are those holes for? Which ones? And the back mounts. These holes? These holes, I think, are so you can see the pulley and you can see the pulley and belt. The little loop belt. What's need got to do with it? This is true. Fair point, John. Fair point. The underneath the feet in the corners. You're gonna make me take this off, aren't you? You talking about that? That's for the belt. That's why we have to take it. That's why we have to take the feet off again when we belt it. This is just access to loop the belt around. Oh yeah, and they're for sure. I've got to put more, but this is all temporary. I'm not done. I imagine that there should be a heat set under there. Yeah, there's a heat set under there. I mean, we can put it on. I guess it does. The accent piece isn't going to come back off, so we can do that. I think and 3x8 on this is probably it. Yeah, that'll work. And it's still flush there. And 3x8 socket head. That's funny. It's a good choice for what we do. What is that? I got blue 243. Yeah. Purple. Purple is not as easy to get, but it's a lighter strength, lighter duty Loctite. Loctite has the, yes, the stuff I have over there is probably expired by a long ways. This one goes here. This one goes here. This one goes here. Yeah, so these are extended because I'm installing an extrusion door. The thing that we're giving away a kit of every one of these streams. So if you're in the US, it is US only, unfortunately, but it is US only. If you're in the US, then stick around at future streams and we'll be giving away one each stream. Let's give a little, for any of you that are still here, the nearly 200 of you that are still here, let's do a little, because this is pretty fantastic, I think. Little preview. Where are the parts? Here they are. There's a part. There's a part. Let's do a little preview. This is a part. It's over there. Little preview. Where's the other part? Is this the one that I moved over here? finding, aha, that's a part. And what was that thing that I just had? There it is. Okay, so for that colony clacker that has all of the, there will be at each string, John, you know how this works. Hey, Badmouth. So this is an extension. Now I did assemble this. I took some pictures. And any of you that are in the Charlie's Angels stream chat probably could have seen this, but this goes here. And this gives that, the extrusion door goes in front here. So this brings everything forward. That goes there. And look at the colors on that filament. That Hilbert curve. So that goes there. And then this is the piece had trouble with printing, but it ends up going like this. See, it goes into a spot here, and that's where that straight piece goes. But this really could just be cut off because you don't even see it at the end. That goes in there like that. There are some here. A little bit of there. This goes on here like that. Look at that. Isn't that pretty awesome? So that is, extends everything forward. Continues, that piece just continues the accent up to the screen. Sorry if I sound like a broken record, but my remodeled accent pieces don't have that silly overhang that prevents them from being printed right side up. This, that little silly overhang, looking at it right now, it can be deleted. That face can just be deleted. But that, look at that. Look at that. Anyway. So this filament is from Fusion. It is a custom request from Z-Runcho. We went through this. Let me bring this up. Keyboard's way over here. And we're gonna do some kitty treats because Oscar's around here somewhere. Yep, there he is. We're gonna do some kitty treats and then we'll call it. But if we go to Fusion Filaments, how do you change the screening? Well, you don't. So they have a current filament, ABS matte. This used to be what they'd call their ABS 1.5, I think. And this right here, Sunfire Helix, is a matte version of what I have here. It is out of stock as of maybe right after last weekend for some reason. But this is the matte version of the filament. If you are interested in the gloss version, which is what I'm using here, then a nice little note to Fusion Filaments would not hurt. A nice little note to Fusion Filaments would not hurt to make this in their gloss version of the filament. Z-Runcho's name for the gloss was Forged Sunset Orange. So, but if you go over there, ABS gloss, it does not exist. This is not it. This is radioactive orange. But anyway, let's do kitty treats and then we will call it. This way, it's up, and let's get the camera over here. carriage retraction settings. I didn't miss it. I read it. I was wondering why it was on there again, and then I realized. Okay, for everybody who's stuck around, let's give you kitty treats. Family's awake, gotta make breakfast. See you, Phil. Oscar's ready. Here he comes. You want some? You want some kitty treats? And a treat? You're waking up, I get it. Here, you want a treat? You gotta come down here though. The brain cell is waking up. We got to give him a bit. It takes a little while to ramp up the brain. There's only so many cycles available. Treat. Treat. I'm not gonna make Felix. I'm not gonna make Felix come down here. There, now you can see Felix get him too. There you go. Anyway. Clean my finger. Nope, I saw you go for that bite. Okay, this was good. We made a lot of progress. Let's just go there. We do have the gantry assembled. It will get belted next stream. We'll get the bed in place next stream. And we will be starting on electronics. Speaking of which, where are those? Where are those? Should be right here. I was going to show oh, it's probably in the box up here. The box stuff for the Nighthawk, especially the Nighthawk 36 boxes. The game has been stepped up. It's a nice packaging. 2 weeks. I'm sorry, 2 weeks. Open source next weekend. No stream. I'm not going to try to stream from open source. But yeah, all the stuff we'll use. This is the Nighthawk with the tabs. So at one point in the earlier revisions of these extra little mounting tabs weren't there. So we should be able to use those. If you can't use them, they are perforated, so you can break them off. Hopefully they don't just break off when you try to use them. But Nighthawk 36. Before next stream, I will cut the dowel pins for the Z idlers, because we're going to need to put those in before we belt it. So Nighthawk 36 and the latest 1.3 version of the Leviathan. And that's the same electronics that the kit will end up coming with. So yours has no tabs. Yeah, I have another one that doesn't have tabs. So with that, thank you everyone, very much appreciate it. Thank you to LDO for letting me give away a colony clacker door, Polymaker for giving away the filament. 2 weeks, open source next week. The following week we'll be back at this. So have a good time. If you're going to be at open source, get in touch with me, say hi. Otherwise, take care. Enjoy the build, everyone.